She walks it loud like a thunderstorm, debunking myths with style and form. True crime, conspiracies, her game. Melissa Jade, remember her name. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Microphone fierce like a roaring lion, unveiling secrets people been hiding. True crime queen of the digital scene, Melissa's got you hooked on her screen. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Murders to cover-ups, nothing misses. Melissa's here to share her guesses. She's got theories big and bold, no stone unturned, no case cold. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. From murders to cover-ups, nothing misses. Melissa's here to share her guesses. She's got theories big and bold, no stone unturned, no case cold. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. 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 She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Shay. Apologies, being late. That's on me. I don't know. StreamYard wouldn't let me, get in. It said, my camera was being utilized elsewhere, so I had to shut everything down and bring it back up. But here we are. Welcome, everybody. Hi, Harper's Nana, Shelly Bean, Kelly, Fragile Like a Bomb, Marie Joey, Mallory, Midnight Lace, Gidget, Homer, Amanda, 87. Good to see you. Liz, Jules, Chloe Moon, Brandy, Leave It to Beezer. Let me see. Jennifer, Hippie Chick, Marcus, Andrea, Miriam. Hello, everybody. Welcome, Michelle, Paulinda. Welcome, Deanna. New sub here. Welcome. Hi, Nicole. Hi, K-Breeze. Hey, Taz. Hello, everybody. How you doing, Shay?
I'm good. How are you?
Seems like a good night to pick Idaho.
I know, man. That's wild.
We're going to even pivot from the original. I wouldn't say pivot so much from what we were originally going to discuss because it's all going to be incorporated, but we got a lot that has come out just today. And I'm very excited. Hi, F. Breli. Hi, is it Taco Tuesday yet? Welcome. So we're just going to hop right into things. We have our missing children for tonight. This is Ava Kristen Caroline Bushy. She has been missing since September 5th, 2023 out of Whitewater, Wisconsin. She is 7 years old. We have associated children. And so right here we have Ezekiel Stephen Bushy, also missing since September 5th, 2023, Whitewater, Wisconsin, 14 years old. Here we have Justice Michael Bushy, 13 years old. Perpetua Joy Bushy, 16 years old. But then it says they may be in the company of an adult male and female. Ava, Ezekiel, Justice, and Perpetua may be in the need of medical attention. Ava uses a wheelchair, and that's Ava here. So if you or anyone you know has information on these 4 children's whereabouts, please contact the Wellworth County Sheriff's Office at 1-262-741-3200. Okay. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Nikki. So, buckle up. Buckle up. Prepare yourself. I'm not even prepared. Let me open up my notebook. I got it. We have so much. Hi, Some Beach Holly. I've missed you. We have so much.
So much.
I'm very excited, but the first thing I want to go over is and where's Harlot? People may get Harlot.
She's in Discord, probably still talking.
Oh God, I forgot to always go in there. Harlot, we need to people me her out of the bushes. Hi, MK. Yes, definitely. But I feel like the first is we need to talk about the Bryan Kohberger photos you showed me, because I think that this is interesting for numerous reasons. Okay, guys. So hi, Kristen. We are gonna start right here, and this is a tweet from Bryan Kohberger, and it says News Daddy. The prosecution plans to show the jury this photo of Bryan Kohberger taken from his phone hours after the murders. They say, quote, whether or not Bryan Kohberger can be described as having bushy eyebrows is a factual determination to be decided by the jury. And here is a more closed up photo of this. Now, Harlot. Okay, there she is. Hi, me feeds. Thank you for 34 months. Beat true crime on YouTube. I love you too. We're totally the Beat True Crime on YouTube over here. Get it? I threw in the beat.
Yes. Just give her a little cucumber and she'll be happy.
Cucumber. Hi, Jamie, and hi, Carolyn Coops. It is creepy. Okay. So like, if you you wasted it, now you gotta wait a whole nother 34 months before you can do that again. Okay, so yes, first things first, those are some bushy eyebrows. Okay, now, slower roll. Okay, well, I'll slow my roll. I'm not jumping and like, hey, like he's the guy. All I'm saying is, wow, all right, there are so many things that are interesting to me right off the bat. Yeah, his eyebrows actually are particularly looking bushy. This is hours after the murders. Well, what time? I'm looking at his hands. I'm looking at any markings that I could see. Is this the morning? And what I'm really drawn to is the lack of the shower curtain, which it bothers me, Shay. Now
I know
it in real life, it's freaking me out even more, because I said only psychopaths do not have shower curtains or okay, that is psychopathic behavior to me. But now that I get to see it with my own eyes, how do you not have a shower curtain?
I know. And see, I always said, like, if his dad came in town, wouldn't his dad ask where that shower curtain was? Like, yeah. It's weird. Dude. And if my audio is off, just let me know. It just sounded weird when I came on earlier.
Oh, watercolor loving dog. I'm so happy you're here. Look how white his knuckles are. You know what though, Harlot? You're right. But a lot of people, everyone's complexion is different. And I have seen people that when they make a fist like that, their knuckles do get white like that. So it does stand out to me too. But what stands out to me more is, what's that? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2. I don't know. Actually, wait. It's attached almost. Look at that. Do you see that? Ooh. It's like a backward S. Do you see it?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I was waiting for a reaction. Do you see it?
I do. This is just a lot to unpack, because I'm
what about this?
I guess I'm just like, you're almost a 30-year-old man. Why are we just thumbs up and get the selfie with the no shower? I'm just
And
confused.
that also is without context. What the hell you doing? Just like thumbs up, like unless this was for a specific reason. But my God, he was thin.
Mm-hmm. He's
Hi,
really
can you
thin.
see? Yeah, he was really thin. I don't know. What were your thoughts when you saw this?
I just thought, like, what an odd place to do it. Like, I guess I'm just thinking that usually, like, when you do like selfies in the bathroom, you have like you're doing it in the vanity mirror,
Mm-hmm.
I think the angle and where he took it is kind of odd, but I'm trying not to like go crazy and read much into it, but maybe it's to show, I don't know, to show his hands. I don't know.
Well, and so Mifet, this was hours after the murder. Hours after the murder. And yes, Harley, I agree, like unless kind of like similar to like the stargazing, unless you could show that this was something that he did often with selfies, it is strange. Now, and I'm trying to be fair, like let's think of this always, like could it just be someone who took a selfie? Absolutely. Maybe we have context later on, that this was taken regarding like I don't know why in my mind I think of like Shanann Watts with Thrive, like were you posting something, like and there was a reason, like hey, yeah, thumbs up. But then my dark criminal mind goes to you were documenting, you were savoring this moment. I don't know. Like, it depends on how dark you want to get.
Uh-huh.
We don't know context yet, Amanda. To be fair, we didn't go through it might be in one of these defense responses to the state's motion to eliminate, right?
Yeah, I think it is. And
Okay.
I guess for me, if I see like a thumbs up kind of selfie, I usually take that as like you're sending it to somebody and like a response. I don't know, maybe I'm just wrong, but like that's what I would do, but just maybe somebody differently.
Is it, or would you do the fucking thumbs up emoji? Or the mumoji? Hey,
like I'm looking good, like it's gonna be a good day. I don't know, dude. It's off.
Well, a good day for what? To go shopping? Like,
and what's over his ears? Are those
I know.
earbuds?
Are those earbuds? Are those I think, yeah, they're earbuds. Yeah, that wrap around.
I mean, I was like, are we having some like, Eddie Munster
Yeah.
kind of.
To be fair, those are some bushy brows, and I don't like going off of like bushy brows, but those are some bushy brows.
He definitely has like deep sockets, so like his brows are very pronounced.
Well, men, that's one of the distinct masculine features is that eyebrow arch, that distinct eyebrow arch.
I don't like the way he's looking at me right now. Can we please?
I'm sorry.
I'm a little creeped out.
Well, the lack of the shower curtain freaks me out. You're telling me you're standing there butt naked, with suds all over you, I would hope, with just nothingness. I don't care if you're alone. It's weird even if you're alone. Right?
Yeah, again, I think that like that type of pose and where you're at would be like a purpose to send that to somebody. I don't think that would be the time where I'm like, I'm just going to take a selfie right here. It's normally like you want to take a selfie because you're memorializing something, like I went to this place or it's my first day, of work and here I am,
Well,
and
okay.
this is just odd. Like,
look at that marking.
That's just a thumb, though.
I don't know if that's just a thumb. I can't zoom in anymore. That could potentially be a marking.
No, if you put your thumbs up, there's that little bone that like kind of.
I guess maybe for very skinny people. I don't have.
I'm trying to see mine.
Oh, you look at that as pushing out. Like I look at that right just below it, like as if. I mean, maybe it's a shadow, But look at here. 1, 2,
Can I replicate mine?
3, 4. That could possibly, I don't know, man. That's very interesting. But there is definitely an S, like a backward S marking there, which is a very unusual marking, but nothing that is like deep, to be fair.
I think that the perpetrator in this, because it seems very calculated, would wear like some protection gloves. I know we've talked about like underneath, like maybe a butcher style or electrician glove, something that could, you know, be able to withhold like a fight, you know. So I wouldn't expect to see a lot of markings on his hands. However, that didn't mean that you couldn't have gotten them prior or practice, you know, to some degree. I think didn't he work for like a fish, like a fish store or something, like where he's used to cut fish? And remember that interview with like a former boss of his?
I don't remember a fish, but I also don't think that is the shower curtain. I see what you're saying, because it seems like it comes out, but he at least did not have a shower curtain when they went into his apartment, and this does not look like there's a shower curtain. I don't know. Yeah, I see what you're saying all the way to the right, this white, but why else does it look like I don't think that's a shower curtain. I don't know, because it doesn't come down past his arm either. Look,
it looks like it. Well, yeah, that doesn't. I don't think there's any shower curtain. I could be wrong, but like it looks like his skin, like his hands are like red, but like judging by like his face seems lighter complexion. I think the knuckles are normal.
Yes, I think the knuckles are, the white on the knuckles are normal. You can see he has a reddish pigmentation to it, and that happens, especially when the fist is closed like that. It's not that, it's the little markings I could see, but this is a very weird mark.
I mean, it's older.
It depends. It depends. It depends, because even with like Letitia Stout, when they had her hands down at the hospital and they took the photos, she didn't, and she stabbed him 18 times. She didn't use gloves, as far that we know. She didn't have crazy markings on her hands either. Little nicks, just little tiny, more surface level cuts.
How long was that with her hands at the police station? How long was that picture taken from the time of the game and stuff? Do you have that by chance? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like a scar to me, but who knows?
It might be, but it might not be. It could just be a more surface level. Like, have you ever like got a scratch, like from a paper clip or a staple or something? It kind of looks like that, you know, something that just kind of, you know, like nothing deep at all, versus it just kind of, I actually have one on my hand right now. I don't even know what that's from, but like it doesn't go deep enough to like bleed versus just make a marking on the skin. That's kind of what it looks like to me, if not something that was already there. Letitia Stout, it was her hand photos trial. I don't want to go search into my.
So Kohberger worked at the Big Brown Fish and Pay Lakes for a few weeks in 2011, only 7 months. So he learned there how to fillet fish.
Okay.
I don't know.
Here we go.
Allegedly.
Okay, so this is one hand, and with Gannon, there were 18 stab wounds, blunt force trauma, and she shot him. And I don't think she used any gloves. But this was the next day. Oops. Okay, so her left hand, you could see there's that little nick there, and then the reddish, kind of like, I can't tell if that's just like a bruise or it's somewhat cut there. But these are all
It
of her
looks more like an abrasion, yeah.
right, and that's definitely knuckles. Hold on, wait.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, I have to go back. Okay. So that's what her hands looked like from afar. Now, Letitia definitely has more of a darker complexion too. So you can see discoloration like naturally where her knuckles and the top knuckle part is, whatever that's called.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is her right hand. You can see very little, like a little mark there, a little mark here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she has many.
Mm-mm. And we're not dealing with we still don't know exactly what Tisha could have used. Possibly not certain, but it definitely was not a weapon like a K-bar knife. K-bar is much bigger. Now I don't know if it's easier to cut kind of with like a smaller instrument versus a lot. I don't know. So then she has, hers were more on the knuckles, but that's unclear if that came just from the stabbing versus everything else.
Right.
But still, she didn't have too much marking.
Do you know if it was ever confirmed about I don't want to say rumor, but they're like people alleging that Bryan had a doctor's appointment that week of.
Oh, I remember that. I haven't seen anything confirmed, but I remember that now that you say that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, yeah. He had a doctor's appointment.
Physical.
And we were like, it doesn't even matter if he had a doctor's appointment because they don't check your body up and down anyway at just normal doctor's appointments.
Mm-hmm.
And then here, left hand, there's that little marking there. I think they zoom up. Yeah, she points. Right there, that is. But that doesn't appear to be from necessarily a stab versus potentially a defensive wound. Like fighting off.
Sorry, I'm laughing at 87. She said a freaky doctor would.
Yeah.
Check him up and down.
I guess so, yeah.
Well, I thought if it was a physical, like male physicals check, they do that yearly check down there. Like
maybe just down there, but again, you don't usually do you usually undress fully for that? I don't know.
I don't know. Be interesting from male. Hey, Rena.
Hi, Rena. So I don't know, but let me pull up because do you know which part that was? Hold on, excuse me. Do you know? Because we got all these new.
Like which document that was under?
Yeah.
Let me see if it's within that tweet, maybe, because I didn't see it. It just kind of like popped up, and I was like, "Oh, Bryan." Oh yeah, he's posting more. He's been busy today.
Because we got look at all these. Oh my God, look at all these new. Holy moly! So they're just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
It's 43 that I counted earlier. Like I copied and pasted them into Word, and I was like, "How many?"
Yeah, let me get my pen ready because we're gonna have to mark what we've gone through. Okay.
I'm not easily seeing which document that they came from. I'm seeing a lot of people post the picture, but nobody citing which one. So we may just have to come from. It has to be in these. I'm thinking it would have to be a defense, one of the defense ones.
Well, if states using it for, well, yeah, it would have to be one of the ones put out today. Oh my God, hold on. Sorry, I got something sticky on me. All right. Well, I guess let's just start popping them open and going through.
You want to start at the... So I think the only thing we missed that we said we may go back over later, and there's just so much I know we want to get through, was that second motion against the death penalty. I know that was the only other one I think we talked about getting into, but we can keep moving if you want. I'm trying to find which one that was.
Okay.
Let me see.
Ooh, order denying witness testimony. Okay, I'm gonna go. Oh, this is probably the one that it is. I'm going to assume this is the one that it is. State's response to the defendant's motion in limine regarding the witness identification by bushy eyebrows.
Okay.
So, okay. State's response.
Let's do it.
Motion in limine number
Can we read this
7.
one?
Witness. Go ahead.
All right. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and hereby responds to defendant's motion in limine number 7 regarding witness identification by bushy eyebrows. Defendant's basis for this motion are the Idaho Rules of Evidence, Rules 403, 601, and 602. Applying the rules of evidence to the facts of the case at hand, the court should find DM's descriptions of the intruder, including that he had, quote, bushy eyebrows, unquote, admissible. The state incorporates its previously filed state's motion in limine regarding text messages and testimony, as well as the state's motion in limine regarding the 911 call into this. I don't have my iPad up. I was doing it from the computer. Response to the extent that the state is referring to any exceptions to the rule against hearsay as anticipated evidence. The facts. On November 13, 2022, sometime before 4:19 a.m., DM observed a person inside her residence, which she shared with her 4 roommates at 1122 King Road. See State's Exhibit S1, which was a summary exhibit of DM's phone records. DM placed several phone calls and sent several text messages to her roommates at page 1 and 2. The only roommate who responded is BF. They had 2 short phone conversations, 24 seconds and 41 seconds at page 2. Within those phone calls and text messages, DM relayed to BF she saw a person in the residence wearing black, and he had on a ski mask that covered his forehead and mouth. At pages 2 and 3, on November 13, 2022, at approximately 11:56 a.m., a 911 call was placed from 1122 King Road for a reported unresponsive female. The caller stated one of the roommates was not waking up. Transcript of 911 call, and it calls out the pages. The caller stated, "Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night," unquote. The Moscow Police Department responded to the scene at line 180 through 182. And the same day at approximately 12:09 p.m., Moscow Police Department Officer Mitch Nunez took a statement from Dylan on scene outside of 1122 King Road. Dylan told Officer Nunez she saw a male, quote, not insanely tall, unquote, quote, wearing all black, and a, quote, mask that was just covering his forehead and mouth. Defendant's Exhibit number 2, and
You
it
don't have
lists
to
out
read
the
all
pages.
that extra fluff. You're good.
Thanks. Later, Dylan repeated the description. He was a little bit taller than me. I could really see much of him. And I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit. And he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth. This is all quoted.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan gave the description a third time, repeating he had a mask. He was an inch or 2 taller than her. He was, quote, basketball player, kind of skinny, unquote, and a voice she did not recognize. The same day at approximately 1:47 p.m., Dylan was interviewed at the Moscow Police Department by Detective Lawrence Mowry. During this interview, Dylan reported she saw a white male she did not know, quote, maybe my height, a few inches taller, skinny athletic build, wearing all black, wearing this mask that covers just his forehead and here. Those are all quotes. Defendants. So Kohberger's exhibits regarding his height, she reported that she was 5'10", so he's probably around 6 foot. She reported, I don't remember what his eyes looked like either. Didn't recognize his eyes, but definitely a white guy. 4 days later, on November 17, 2022, Dylan was interviewed by Idaho State Police Detective Victoria Gooch and Moscow Police Department Captain, then Sergeant Dustin Blaker. Dylan gave a detailed recounting of what she did on Saturday, November 12, 2022, until she went to bed at approximately 3:20 a.m. on Sunday. November 13, 2022, so it's referencing Kohberger's exhibit. Sometime between 4 a.m. and 4:20 a.m., Dylan woke up and heard a male's voice, a voice she did not recognize, say, quote, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," unquote. Dylan opened her door and saw someone, because for my mind, it's like was almost wearing these like blurry glasses, like it's fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black. And it was like they had a ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see all I remember was seeing their eyebrows. And I don't remember. Sorry, I had a cough.
You're good.
I don't remember what their eyes looked like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about.
You want me to read?
Ooh. Yeah, if you don't mind, just so I can get a drink. I don't know why I started getting like a little frog in my throat.
You're fine.
Thank you.
So Dylan described the male as not, quote, skinny tone, that basketball kind of type. Dylan stated she is 5'10", so thought the male was around 5'10", and then 6 foot, somewhere around there. Dylan stated that the male was approximately 3 feet from where she was standing. Quote, "I would say about 3 feet from what I remember." Again, that could be off because I obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't fully remember. Again, she described the male, quote, "I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how." Dylan recounted calling or texting her roommate Bethany, and she discussed with Bethany that there was someone in the house wearing all black and a ski mask. See, we did not see that originally. So it was not included in Defendant's Exhibit 6, right? So Dylan conveyed to the interviewers that the facts didn't fully make sense to her, and she didn't know how to explain everything. Detective Gooch explained to Dylan that the important thing was to tell only the things she knew were true. That's the most important. So it says Detective Gooch acknowledged Dylan's trauma. Detective Gooch and Captain Blaker confirmed the facts from Dylan's memory again. Dylan reiterated she saw a male figure in the hallway approximately 3 feet from her. He was holding something. He was wearing all black clothes. His forehead was covered. He was wearing a mask. She remembered his eyebrows. Blaker asked what was covering his face, and Dylan stated, "I don't know, a weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask with like eyes, and because I saw his eyebrows, and I think I saw his nose and like this part of his face, but I don't know." Detective Gooch asked Dylan if she knew what a balaclava was and showed her a picture. In response and addressing whether she could see the male's mouth, Dylan stated, "No, and I don't remember if I saw it. Like, I don't remember if I saw his nose, but I know I saw eyebrows, and I don't remember his eyes. I just feel like I can see eyebrows, but I mean, that could be it. I mean, that would make sense why the forehead was covered and this part of his face was covered." The investigators inquired if Dylan could provide a composite for any artist. Dylan responded, "No, I don't remember what his eyes looked like. I don't remember what his nose looked like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what the eyebrows looked like at all, really. I just remember thinking like eyebrows. Yeah, bushy, but that's all. Like, I don't remember the shape. I don't remember the color. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's the only thing I can remember." On December 1st, 2022, 18 days after the first interview, Dylan was interviewed by forensic interviewer Aaron Williamson. Dylan gave a detailed accounting of Saturday, November 12th, until she went to bed on Sunday, the 13th. Sorry, I was reading which exhibit that was because I was interested. So Dylan reported that she heard a man's voice and it wasn't Ethan's. It was like, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Dylan stated she saw an all-black figure about my height, maybe a few inches taller, skinny build, wearing a mask. Quote, "I don't remember if it was just like one eyebrow or two, but it was just like this bushy eyebrow. There's a guy in all black, Dylan texted to Bethany. Again, Dylan described the ski mask. I couldn't see any of his hair, but I just like remember seeing like it was like almost rectangular, like not the circle ones. It was rectangular because I remember seeing like just like I don't know how to explain it. Just seeing like this. Maybe I'd be able to see like a cross, but I don't remember seeing his eyes, but I feel like his eyes were there. I could just see like an eyebrow. I feel like that's how I know he saw me because I could see his eyebrow. Like if I could see his eyebrow, he can see me. Great point, Dylan. So Dylan reiterated, from what I remember, I think he was just like walking past that little wall and going towards the kitchen. And I don't know, like I just remember seeing an eyebrow. I don't know why I just see one. It was just like one bushy eyebrow. I don't remember the color, like the full shape. I just remember it being bushy. So she described his clothing again, stating the male was wearing black long sleeves, black pants, and black boots. At the end of the interview, Dylan drew the mask for the interviewer.
Wow.
I think it was black head to toe. That's what I think is happening here.
Right.
And so at the end of the interview, Dylan drew the mask for the interviewer. While drawing, she gave a consistent description of the mask and noted the eyebrows. I don't remember if I saw one or two. Like it was just weird. On December 29th, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was arrested in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The following day, on the 30th, 47 days after her first interview, Dylan was interviewed by Idaho State Police Detectives Joe Lake and Gary Tolson. And she was asked about Bryan Kohberger. Dylan was asked, have you seen a picture of Mr. Kohberger? She responded, yeah, I looked him up today when I found out. Regarding what picture she saw, she stated, quote, I've seen the mugshot one with the vest thing, I think. The interviewer asked, this Bryan Kohberger, the person that you saw in this mugshot, is that the person you saw in your house? Dylan responded, I have no clue. From what I remember, I just remember seeing this figure that was like not fat, obviously, but more of like the skinnier tone build and some mask on. I don't know what the mask exactly was, but when I thought about it, it was just like covering here and here. I don't know if it was covering his mouth, his nose, or below his mouth and nose. I just remember knowing that he was white, but I didn't know how he was white. I just knew he was. And this knowing, there's like, I knew he had looked at me because of the bushy eyebrow. That's all I remember. But I have no idea what he looked like. I don't like, when I looked at his picture, nothing came back to me at all. So that like, I don't know. I feel like if I saw that, my mind would be like, oh yeah, that's him. But it just, I don't remember at all. Regarding Dylan telling Bethany the male had a big nose, Dylan stated, all I remember, but I don't remember big nose at all. Like at all. That's like, all I remember is like some bushy eyebrow in all black and some sort of a mask, but it wasn't like one of those circle ski masks. That's all I remember. I know.
You're doing good.
May 15th, 2023, 183 days after Dylan's first interview, Dylan testified at the grand jury preceding the above titled matter. Regarding November 13th, testified she woke up around 4 a.m. to noises, music. Oh. Music, Murphy talking and or singing. What? Sorry, that's the first time we heard that. Okay. Sorry, but like that makes a bit, if there was music going on, talking and or singing, music, they're up. Maybe that was Xana who just received the DoorDash. It wasn't maybe an all quiet house, you know, like, because I'm sorry, people have been, you didn't hear anything. Actually, she did hear something. She's always said she heard something, but now even more so if it was, there was noise going on.
I mean, what if one of the roommates, like, you know, like TikTok, it has like a bunch of like those like catchy songs, like somebody could be listening to it singing, you know?
Yeah. Or so like they go to bed with the TV on or the music on.
That's true too. Or it could have been like maybe like a soft like radio like was on like in the living room, you know?
Yeah, that's it. You're right, Harley, because when we said sleeping, we all kind of just assumed it was quiet. But to be fair, I don't even sleep in the quiet. I don't know why I didn't really think of, well, did they have I always said with Dylan, well, who sleeps in the dark? You know, like she may have had her TV on as a source of light or a computer on, but why didn't I ever apply that to anybody else, really? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, we sleep with like the air purifiers on and like the
I have the fan
YouTube
on right now.
thunderstorm.
I always need noise. Always.
Yeah.
Murphy is the dog. So when they're saying they heard Murphy, Murphy was barking. Murphy was barking and playing, like she perceived Kaylee to be playing with Murphy. Okay. So it's not like Murphy singing or anything. So its music was going on at 4 a.m. Okay. Murphy talking and or singing. So Dylan testified she opened her door and heard a man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And I didn't know who the man's voice was. She testified that she opened her door again and saw a figure in all black, which I believe was a person. I knew the person was white. I don't know how, but I just knew it. I knew it was a male. I think I knew that because of the voice. The person was around my height or a few inches taller. And then I knew his build wasn't like scrawny and he wasn't fat. So I figured it was like a basketball tone, lean build. Regarding what the person was wearing, Dylan testified there was like form, what I think I remember, it was like a black mask, almost like a ski mask, but not. It just like covered the head and then maybe up to the mouth, maybe more. I can't remember if it covered just the chin, the mouth, or the nose and lower. So she testified the clothing was all black. She testified, quote, "Well, the thing I could really remember was something about a bushy eyebrow. I don't remember seeing anything else, just something about a bushy eyebrow." So the argument, you want to read the argument?
Yeah, DM's statements are independently reliable as law enforcement did not employ a witness identification procedure, triggering a Manson-Biggers balancing test. The cases relied upon by Kohberger deal with witness identifications that result from the use of law enforcement identification techniques. The facts of each of the cited cases are important because they differ vastly from the facts in the case at hand. In State versus Hoisington, witnesses were shown a 6-photo lineup, resulting in Hoisington being identified. Photographs of only Hoisington in a 6-person corporal lineup, which resulted in witnesses positively identifying him. There's another one with Wordman, State Trevino. They just go through different case laws with lineups. I'm going to scroll down. The U.S. Supreme Court has held that the due process requires the exclusion of identification evidence if police suggestiveness creates a substantial risk of mistaken identification. And it also quotes the admissibility of that. It says the Supreme Court gave factors to be considered that's fine. We can read that part because that goes in with what they're going over. So that
yeah. Okay, so it starts here.
Okay, in the case at hand, on 4 separate occasions prior to Bryan Kohberger being arrested, Dylan gave consistent descriptions of the male she saw in the 1122 King Road residence around 4 a.m. Dylan gave the following consistent descriptions: 1, white; 2, male; 3, wearing all black; 4, few inches taller than DM; 5, wearing a mask; 6, skinny, athletic build, toned; 7, not a voice she recognized. During 3 of those interviews, Dylan also consistently described the male's eyebrows. 5 times, Dylan uses the term bushy to describe the eyebrows. Regarding identification after Bryan Kohberger was arrested, Dylan was interviewed. She relayed that she saw a mugshot of Bryan Kohberger on the internet. Detective Lake asked Dylan, is this Bryan Kohberger the person that you saw in this mugshot? Is that the person you saw in your house? Dylan responded, "I have no clue." She relayed to Detective Lake the person she saw had a mask on that covered his mouth and nose. The only discernible features were that the subject was white and had bushy eyebrows. This questioning of Dylan is not a witness identification. There was no law enforcement procedure employed to suggest identification. Most.
Oh, sorry, I was reading people's
Okay. Most importantly, there was no identification by Dylan. After seeing a picture of Bryan Kohberger, Dylan could not say that he was the male she saw on November 13, 2022. Dylan's multiple descriptions of the male were based on her own recollection and were not the result of suggestive identification procedures employed by law enforcement. Thus, the Manson-Biggers test is inapplicable. 2. Even if the court applies the Manson-Biggers test, the totality of the circumstances presented in this case substantially outweighs any suggestiveness present. Even if the court employs the Manson-Biggers balancing test to the fact of this case, the court should find that Dylan's descriptions, including bushy eyebrows, are reliable and admissible. First, regarding opportunity to view, Dylan stated she was only approximately 3 feet from the male when she saw him. Dylan was able to get enough of a view of the male to determine his outfit, long sleeve shirt, pants, black shoes, black mask, and the details regarding the mask he was wearing. Ski-type mask without circular holes but covering his forehead and mouth. Dylan also determined the male was holding an item, although she was not able to determine what the item was. Second, regarding degree of detention, Dylan's statements indicate during the time of her observation, she was only able to see the eyes and nose area. This means the only discernible features on the male would have been the nose and eyes. On November 17th, Dylan states, "I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about." Kohberger notes Dylan's artwork drawings found on her bedroom walls, which focus on eyebrows and eyes. See this exhibit. This only proves that Dylan would have a degree of attention to this facial characteristic, thus reinforcing her reliability. Kohberger states, Mr. Kohberger does not have bushy eyebrows. The state intends to introduce a photograph of Bryan Kohberger taken from his phone on November 13, 2022, only hours after the homicides at 10:31 a.m. See State's Exhibit S5. Whether or not Bryan Kohberger can be described as having bushy eyebrows is a factual determination to be decided by the jury. Third, regarding the accuracy of the description, Kohberger matches Dylan's descriptions: male, white, skinny, athletic build, a few inches taller than Dylan, 5'10", not someone she knew, with bushy eyebrows. See State's Exhibit S5, Bryan Kohberger's driver's license listing him as 6 foot, and State's Exhibit S6, photograph taken by Bryan Kohberger on November 13, 2022 at 10:31 a.m. showing his bushy.
10:31 a.m. Wait a second. He would have just been getting back.
Yeah, we got to look at that again. I want to look at that.
He would have just been getting back from. Oh. Oh my God. He would have just been getting back from doing. Allegedly. He would have just been getting back from doing the drive. So the next morning around like 9:20 a.m. around, he did a drive-by back to the house. Okay. And what did I say? I said, he would have been looking like, what do you mean she saw me? Why aren't there any? Cops aren't at my door. No vandal alert, nothing. So he did a drive-by and he went and he saw nothing. Just nothing. So at that point, he could have been going back home and like fucking got away with it, man.
It's nuts.
Fucking got away with it. He would have just been getting.
Is that what the thumbs up is for?
Yeah. I mean, allegedly, in my opinion right now, ew, sorry, I hate that I said that, but like,
ew, it's
you know, I'm just saying that was always my theory, but now seeing that, I'm going to put it into my theory, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but like, let's say that he is the guy, that's my theory.
Yeah, but I think that for rebuttal, though, for the defense, they're going to definitely look at that photo and say, you don't see any marks on him visibly. It doesn't look like he was struggling and took out 4 people. Like because he doesn't look.
He's covered to his neck, and we see his non-prominent hand. But that is a way a defense is going to have a rebuttal on that. So that could easily get in a juror's mind if they have this interpretation of, there was 4 people dead. There should have been a big fight because, we've all thought that at times, Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So, I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Interesting, though. The time. I was waiting for the time, but that's interesting.
Yeah, that's a lot earlier than I thought. Oh, wow.
10:31 a.m. He would have just been getting back. Wow. We don't know yet, K-Braze. We're looking for it.
We just know he took it, yeah. So fourth, regarding the level of certainty, Dylan texted Bethany a description immediately after her observations. She was interviewed on 5 separate occasions. and she provided grand jury testimony. Dylan, without fail, gave the same description, which in and of itself indicates her level of certainty. On November 17, 2023, she relayed to investigators she was suffering from trauma and was unsure of what is real or not. Dylan admitted many times she was probably still intoxicated. Quote, I don't know if I was still drunk. Probably was. I don't know for sure. I was really asleep. I like woke up out of nowhere, unquote. And another quote. I was obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully, unquote. Admittedly, Dylan made statements such as, I believe I was also very drunk. I don't know how much of this was real. Like, I don't know if my mind was like doing whatever. I don't know any of it. Like, half of the stuff, I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. I just have no clue. But the investigators told Dylan they only wanted Dylan to focus on what she knew was true. Quote, that's the most important. And so Dylan agreed. After this, Dylan provided the same descriptions with absolutely no variance. Dylan also made it clear the eyebrows are the features she most clearly remembered. It is evident by the degree of detail she...
And thank you, Bogart, for 8 months. Love your channel. Thank you. There you go.
The details she provided about the events leading up, during, and after the crimes, that she provided reliable descriptions. Lastly, regarding the length of time between the crime and identification, while there are multiple consistent descriptions, it was not possible for Dylan to provide an identification because the male was completely covered with only nose and eyes visible. After weighing the above factors, the court should hold that under the totality of the circumstances, Dylan's descriptions of the male, especially bushy eyebrows, are reliable and thus admissible. 3. Dylan's statements are relevant and admissible. So under Idaho law, the Kohberger argues that the evidence of bushy eyebrows is not relevant. That's not the case here. Dylan is the only living person who saw the person responsible for the 4 homicides at 1122 King Road on November 13, 2022. Her description of this individual, including characteristics such as bushy eyebrows, has the tendency to make a fact, i.e. the identity of the killer, more probable than it would be without the evidence.
I don't think I could ever give a thumbs up again. Yes, you can, Arborist Nana. Yes, you can. And thank you so much.
This fact is of consequence to determining whether Bryan Kohberger was the same male Dylan saw that night, the person responsible for the homicides, the central question before the jury. This evidence is relevant. Kohberger then argues, pursuant to IRE 403, this relevant evidence should be excluded because its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice and confusion of the issues. What is clear from Kohberger's filing is that Kohberger doesn't like this piece of the state's evidence.
Sorry. Hold on. Okay, I don't know why I told you to hold on when I'm coughing and muting, but
no, I actually had to clear my throat too.
Thank you, Anything is Possible, for 15 months. Thank you so much.
Dylan's description of the male having bushy eyebrows and therefore would like to keep this piece of evidence from the jury. However, his arguments are without merit. As shown above, Dylan gave consistent descriptions of the male she saw at the time in question. One of those consistent descriptions is that the male had bushy eyebrows. This description is clear. It is not confusing and therefore will not confuse a jury. The fact that this description may or may not implicate Kohberger, it is not a reason to keep this fact from the jury's consideration. It is not reasonable to believe the jury will convict Kohberger based on the status of his kept or unkept eyebrows. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
Oh, while this fact is prejudicial, relevant evidence tends to be. It is not unfair.
Oh, that's funny. The jury will convict Kohberger based on the status of his kept or unkempt eyebrows.
Number 4. Dylan's testimony will be based on her personal knowledge. Kohberger's reliance on the law is logical. A witness may testify to a matter only if evidence is introduced sufficient to support a finding that the witness had personal knowledge of the matter. Evidence to prove personal knowledge may consist of the witness's own testimony, and Dylan will be testifying based on her recollection of what she observed on that night, which will include her observations of the male in the 1122 King Road residence at the time of the homicides having bushy eyebrows.
Guilty brow.
I just want to put like caterpillars on his brows, like make a little meme of it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
All right, Dylan is competent to testify. Kohberger next takes another run at challenging Dylan's competency to testify. Under Idaho law, every person is competent to testify except persons whom the court finds are incapable of receiving just impressions of the facts about which they are examined or of relating them accurately. Kohberger has already tried and failed at challenging Dylan's competency in previous filings. This court has held Kohberger's own proffer establishes that Dylan's accounts were remarkably consistent throughout her multiple interviews with law enforcement. Order on Kohberger's motion for the Franks hearing. This is one we actually went over with everyone, but it states this was a direct witness and was able to consistently articulate the details she remembered throughout each interview, especially as to the facts relied on in the search warrant affidavits, despite the fact that she claimed her memory was fuzzy or she felt like it was a dream or that she was still intoxicated. So that was the ruling by the judge in that order. So applying the court's reasoning and hoisting in this case, the defense will be able to probe into Dylan's capacity and opportunity for observation, her attention, interest, and distraction at trial. The jury is perfectly capable of assessing Dylan's credibility by weighing her testimony, its consistency, or alternatively, any deficiencies elicited through cross-examination. In conclusion, the state respectfully requests this court rule consistently with its previous findings that Dylan's credible and competent to testify and allow Dylan to testify at trial regarding her recollection of the male she saw in her residence during the early morning hours of November 13, 2022 as having bushy eyebrows, because this evidence is relevant and admissible. Whew.
And hi, Maddie. So the thing when you hear anyone here mention the Apple River incident, I'm not sure if you're familiar about the Apple River incident, but just so you know, because they said I'm confused about the Apple River thing. The Apple River incident we covered last year, and the video shows how quickly, because it was captured on video, how quickly with a serious enough weapon, stabbings of numerous people can occur. And, you know, if you can handle that type of stuff, and you're interested, just type in, you know, to your search bar, the Apple River stabbings. Very interesting case of whether self-defense, which it wasn't deemed self-defense, but, you know, controversial. Point is that in a very short period of time, the damage that can be done because people struggle with this time frame. So that's what they mean by the Apple River.
Mm-hmm.
And then here it is. Yep. That's, remember they said that they had his organ donor, 6 foot, male, blue. Wow, he looks like a baby there.
Oh, wow.
And look, see? Oh, wow. So he had just, no, wait, I don't know what Pennsylvania's is. Wow, what horrible signature. Wow. Did he spell the name with an E?
No, it just looks like an A.
Okay.
Is
That's not
that
his corn? Brian
it looks like corn.
That is a horrible signature.
I don't know many guys that have a great signature personally.
I know a few.
Yeah?
Yeah, I know a few. It insults me when a guy has nicer handwriting than me.
There he is.
Bushy eyebrows indeed. Same day. Same day. Hi, Rebecca. Oh, thank you.
I think that he had something over his mouth. Like,
yeah,
I think
it
that
could have
mask
even
probably went
been.
over his mouth.
It could have even been not just a mask on his mouth. It could have been like the turtle, the ones that pull all the way up, and then something up top too.
Yeah, because I was like thinking to try to avoid contamination for anybody, you'd want to cover your mouth and nose, you know. I'm surprised he wasn't wearing goggles like Dexter stuff.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, I don't know.
What?
I just got ball monkey on us.
What are you excited about?
Amazon.
You're doing Amazon? Okay.
Yeah, because I think there's something massive in there. But before we do, I wanted to show you guys. This was Steve Goncalves on News Nation the other day, and so I wanted to listen with you guys.
By Steve Goncalves. He lost his daughter, Kaylee, that tragic morning. Steve, I know that mercifully that the authorities gave you that tape before the rest of us. You've had some time. But beyond that, I don't know how, after 2.5 years of gag order, this landed with you. I don't know if this was more painful, more elucidating, a bitter pill. Tell me how you're coping with this at this point.
I'm a father, so it's not, my emotions are really my children and my wife. So I would say that they feel like they're slowly drowning, and I'm the guy that's trying to help them stay from drowning. And these slow leaks, this torturous process that we're going through, they've done a better job. They've responded to our feedback. We have said, hey, the 911 call is not something that we want to turn on TV and actually see. So they have responded. They have done a better job of, like, this is a community that doesn't know what murder is. They don't have any clue how to handle, public relations. It just doesn't really exist. So we're getting through it together, and it's hard to say it's getting better, but they are communicating, and we're trying to protect our children and protect all the families and protect the survivors to make sure that we don't have these trolls that are attacking them for no reason.
Did you get any clarity? Did you learn anything or any epiphanies when you listened to the call?
Yes. I mean, I always wanted it to make more sense. Like any murder, your brain wants to gravitate towards make this make sense, make this make sense. But the truth is, murder never makes sense. This is a psychopathic person who does something that breaks the norm of all of our consciousness. All of our minds are just struggling with the fact that this has happened. So we can logically try to make it make sense, but it's not really going to make sense. It's not Hollywood, where they try to make it all fit together. In real life, you're just sitting there dumbfounded, like, why can somebody be killed in their bedroom? How does that make sense?
You mentioned in a statement today that you think Hunter Johnson protected those girls. I mean, listen, I don't know what happened, but I'm trying to piece this together like a puzzle, and it sure feels like he knew something and he protected Bethany from knowing. Do you think that he went up to the third floor and may have seen what happened to Kaylee and Maddie and therefore said, get out, get out, get out, but did not tell Bethany and did not tell Dylan?
I talked to Hunter directly, and it sucks. He had a broken soul. This is a man who's seen his best friend dead, like dying, like gone. So we exchanged a moment, and I talked to him, and he was trying to protect everyone in that house to not go through what was overwhelming him at the moment. So I don't know about the details of upstairs, downstairs, door open, door not, but in the bigger picture, does it really matter? He was literally just responding to what he probably thought was a prank, thinking his friend, his best buddy, had these girls rolling, and he showed up there, and he seen the opposite of a prank, and I seen it in his eyes. He was broken. He was very broken from what he had seen.
Well, did Hunter tell you that he was able to open the door to Xana's room and witness Xana and Ethan in there?
He told me that he went to the door, and he was trying to go through that door, and he was trying to figure out what was going on in there. It's kind of like what you're hearing with that audio. He announced himself. He said, "Hey, I'm here. What's going on?" But they didn't respond, and he went in there. He seen something, and I think around 2:15, you hear when somebody truly sees something.
Thanks for watching. Go to join.
How does it just cut off like that?
I don't know. It's like that everywhere.
Did they even post the other part of that?
Mm-mm.
Oh. Well, freaking Banfield. At least they... All right. I'll save my thoughts for Banfield. It's not the time. Okay. Here we have the state's motion to defendant's motion and eliminate number 9. The excluding the Amazon click activity evidence at trial. Now, if you guys remember this, we went through that motion. Okay. All the reasons, right? It's a household Amazon account. What about, hey, purchases, people who purchased a tent also purchased, a burner and a sleeping bag and a hatchet and you know what I mean? Like all of that stuff. So this is state's response. And I'm going to kind of go through, because it's 30 pages. So I'm going to go through and pull out not the repetitive parts, because we went through all of that already. So it says, facts. November 13, 2022, law enforcement responded to 1122 King Road. 4 victims were found deceased with apparent stab wounds. A K-bar knife sheath with the United States Marine Corps USMC logo was found lying next to one of the victims. Bryan Kohberger's DNA was found on the K-bar knife sheath found on the scene. April 26, 2023, state applied for and was granted a search warrant for Bryan Kohberger's Amazon.com user activity. This search warrant was amended by Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall on May 8, 2023 to correct a Scrivener's error. Amended search warrant dated May 8, 2023, attached. Okay, whatever. So they directed law enforcement to seize from Amazon.com 1. Bryan Kohberger's customer click activity pertaining to knives and accessories. 2. Payment methods used. 3. Details of items in carts to include all items. Okay. Details of items in carts to include all items added to cart, all items removed or deleted from cart, wish list or shopped baskets. 4. All suggestions made to account. All records. 5. All records regarding reviews by other Amazon users viewed by Bryan Kohberger. 6. Advertising data. 7. Devices used to connect to account. 8. All accounts linked to account. The search warrant was limited to March 20th, 2022 to March 30th, 2022, and November 1st through December 6th, 2022. Search warrant served May 10th, 2023. Mary F. So on June 27, 2023, Amazon.com provided law enforcement responsive data for the dates requested for each of the above categories. This evidence was provided to defendant as XYZ on July 12, 2023. So on December 18th, 2024, state disclosed Shane Cox, litigation and regulatory manager for Amazon, as a witness for the above evidence. As articulated in the disclosure, it's the state's position that Shane Cox's testimony is not expert testimony pursuant to Idaho rules. However, out of abundance of caution, the state disclosed Mr. Cox as an expert, and the state made the strategic decision solely to ensure the state would not preclude from calling Mr. Cox as a witness if the court subsequently made the determination that his testimony is based on specialized knowledge. So more disclosures were needed, and the state filed an amended disclosure. So here's their argument. Rule 106 does not apply to business records containing user activity records. So statement is defined as oral assertion, written assertion, or nonverbal conduct if the person intended it as an assertion. Okay, that's just case law. So in this case, the evidence at issue is complete. Kohberger argues that the data the state has disclosed to him is extremely narrow when compared to the more inclusive and broad warrants and subpoenas. But this argument is incorrect. To confirm, the state has disclosed to Kohberger all data, including clickstream data, that Amazon has produced in this case. The state narrowly tailored a search warrant for evidence regarding the crimes of homicide or burglary occurring at 1122 King Road. This included temporal limitations based on the officer's investigation, which limited the search from March 20th to March 30th. Time it was known that Bryan Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.
Oh shit.
Jay!
It's finally in the text. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Where is it? Where is it, Bryan?
Oh my goodness. And thank you so much, Mama Turn. I was on another page. Welcome. Thank you. Please make sure to thank Mama Turn. Yo, he fucking bought the K-bar.
I knew it. Because remember in court that Judge Hippler used the example about a TV, and then Anne was like, well, somebody could have purchased it with their car. It gets delivered to the home that they may reside in, but it may not be theirs.
Oh,
because this was when he was living in Pennsylvania.
Yes. Oh my god, he bought a fucking K-bar with a sharpener and a sheath. Oh,
and is it the USMC sheath? That's what I want to know. Is it the same?
God.
It's got to be the same. Do you?
Go ahead, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh god.
The identification numbers that were listed in the first warrant, because I looked them up a few times in Amazon, are they going to say that's what it aligns to those two? Like, that's what I'm curious of.
Oh god. See, this is the parts that make me go. So everyone in town had one. Yo, dude, my dude. I knew you'd be the first. All right. Thank you for being my first. I appreciate that. Like, and I'll respect you for being the first. But come on, at what point? And I'm not saying even that guilty. I'm not saying, but that is, everyone has been screaming for years. The murder weapon. Where's the sheath? Where's the knife? Where's the this? Here it is. It is.
I know, Harlot. I'm just like, I'm mind blown. I get it. I'm just. It's like your jigsaw puzzles like coming together, and this is why looking at the totality of evidence is so crucial.
Yes. And thank you so much, 2112. Sound collision. We've hit an iceberg. I'm sorry. I literally hit my head actually to make that noise, but that it has been years we have been following this. You guys, like years. So to see this, it is so wow. You could just hear how it just hit our bodies. Like, wow.
Yeah. It says that temporal limitations based on the officer's investigation limited the search from March 20th through March 30th, 2022. Time it was known, Bryan Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.com.
It was known he purchased. That is why they went, because I was wondering why specifically those 10 days, because they knew he had the knife, the sheath, and a sharpener, guys. Ah. Oh, Anne, look at you. Sorry. Like, I always was leaning towards guilty, still leaning towards guilty, but like, everyone is, oh, she couldn't say this. It's not some big conspiracy. Not really. I really don't think at all, actually. I think it just was a conspiracy because of the age for victims. And like, there was a period of time where we didn't have a guy. So it didn't matter really who it would have been. I think it was a conspiracy before they ever even got to Bryan, publicly at least.
Mm-hmm.
So now what you want to say now? Oh, well, now it's just a single source DNA. Yeah, on a fucking, and where is it? Here's the thing. Where is it? Are they going to be able to find his knife sheath or his knife?
I think that he left breadcrumbs across social media. I do believe he was behind some social media type accounts on websites and stuff posting.
I'm sorry, I didn't even play my little thank you for the memberships. Mama Turn, and thank you so much 2112 for the support. You guys are the best. Wow.
How do you? So yeah, I mean that's the thing is like, say he does have these things and this is normal. People have this. Where is it? Where is it?
Yeah, where is it? Now I won't think anything of it if they happen to find the exact sheath. Right? You won't be able to get that. Well, to be fair, I don't know if anything, like they're able to determine, hey, is this the exact sheath? Like, because who did he buy another one? I don't fucking know. But show us, Kohberger, show us that K-bar sheath and sharpener. Show us you still have it.
I think that they could get close to it, but to like, even if somebody says, well, what if it was stolen from him, then where's your police report that your apartment was broken into, your home, things were missing?
That's exactly what they're going to say, Nika. Or what
and sold it where? They're going to have to have some proof of that. Like which pawn store? They're going to go to that pawn store and look at those transactions. Like there's going to be more, I think.
And exactly, John, if he doesn't have that K-bar now or that sheath now, that's going to be a problem and hard to explain. Oh, wow. All right. So let me keep reading a little bit. I'm just wow. And I apologize for my reaction, but we do react in real time. Me and Shay didn't peek, and so we just learned that in this moment. Okay. And welcome, Crime Star. Thank you so much for becoming a member.
Woo, who's that?
There is none from his apartment, his car, his workplace, or his parents' house. We know that, Alec.
This just makes me want to go, but watch that first day, on January 23rd with the exchanges between Anne and Hippler, because now it all just makes sense.
And 2112 says, and Anne knows jury appeal will be an issue too. A big one, try and make him likable. Anne is thinking all the way. That's why I said a long time ago, Anne knows whether he's guilty or not. Like she's thinking every step ahead, all the way down the line, even after conviction, potentially after conviction. That's her job. And thank you so much for the support. That's her job. Bruh. I know. I know.
I mean, even in ethics, like it is her job. Say outside of this case, say that you know that the person that you're representing is guilty. With your morals and everything, you also want to make sure that regardless of how you feel about them, that the appeals process, that this person doesn't get out on some technicality, like that they got to serve their time. So, she's got a ethical obligation as well. Beyond moral, Oh
my gosh. Okay. Let me pull back a bit. Okay. Oh wow. So it was a limited search from March 20th through March 30th, 2022, which is wow. He would have still been in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, because they didn't move till June.
Was this a completely fucking random, Or was he, because if he made the decision he was going to do a murder back in Pennsylvania, if there's no connection to these victims prior, or did he make the decision he's going to do it and then once he got there, pick the victims? Oh, I have so many questions.
Yeah, do you want me to go find that part of the hearing where they give the example about this?
What?
That on January 23rd, do you want me to play it?
What do you...
There's a part of the hearing where they talk, like, where the example about the TV's like given and like Judge Hippler like talks her through it. It's wild.
Well, I'm going to see what this says first.
Okay.
Because it might get into it. So it says March 20th to March 30th, it was a time known that Bryan Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.com. Idiot. And November 1st, 2022 through December 6th, the time right before and after the homicides. Kohberger's entire click history, items not related to knives and accessories, was not relevant. Without any legal basis, the defendant claims the state cherry-picked specific clicks or purchases out the Amazon click history. Dude, sorry, their next line says it. This is simply not true unless you consider seeking only items of evidentiary value, cherry picking. That is so true, because what do you mean they cherry pick? They look for items related to knives. Like, that isn't cherry picking because they're not excluding relevant stuff. If they're excluding relevant stuff, but that wouldn't make sense because like what on his purchases would like help it, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So okay. Irrelevant click activity on Kohberger's account would not provide any relevant context to Kohberger's actual click activity, i.e. the purchase of a K-bar knife with the sheath before the murders and his click activity indicating a search for a knife with sheath after the murders. His click activity indicating a search for a knife with a sheath after the murders. Was he trying to replace it?
That's
he was trying to replace it. Yep, John, to replace it. Ooh, so you're telling me the two time frames they hit, they got hits on both. Wow.
That's wild.
That's wild. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like speechless.
Oh, man. At his actual click activity, the purchase of a K-bar knife with the sheath before the murders, and click activity indicating he searched for a knife with a sheath after the murders. Wow. Ooh, that thumbs up. Oh, I got chills even more from the thumbs up now. Woo. All right. So it says, 2, Bryan Kohberger's Amazon.com click activity is relevant and admissible. Under Idaho rule, evidence is relevant if it has the tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence and the fact of consequence in determining the actions. Defendant appears to argue that the evidence of defendant's Amazon.com click history is not relevant. We got to tell Wolfie. Sorry, does Wolfie know this?
I don't know. Wolfie. Where's she at?
Sorry, I gotta just text my friend, guys. Hold on. Okay. So it says, defendant appears to argue that the evidence of defendant's Amazon click history is not relevant. This is not the case. A K-bar knife sheath with a USMC logo was found next to one of the victims at 1122 King Road. The defendant's DNA was found on the K-bar knife sheath found on scene. Applying the test for relevancy, first, Kohberger's click activity, which shows a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath before the homicides, makes it more probable than it would be without the evidence that the K-bar sheath found at the crime scene was Bryan Kohberger's. Second, Kohberger's click activity after the homicides makes it more probable than it would be without the evidence that Kohberger had a reason to search for a K-bar knife and sheath after the murders. These facts are of consequence in determining whether Bryan Kohberger committed the homicides at 1122 King Road, the central question before the jury. This evidence is clearly relevant. And I am so sorry because I'm realizing I am out of breath. I am talking very fast. So I gotta calm down. I gotta pull back a bit because I am just mind blown. I'm mind blown right now. Okay.
I'm shocked.
So Kohberger argues the relevant evidence should be excluded. Of course he does. The Kohberger fails to show how this evidence is unfair, confusing, misleading, would cause delay, waste time, or would be cumulative. That is because it's none of those things. What is clear from Kohberger's filing is that Kohberger doesn't like this piece of the state's evidence and therefore would like to keep this piece of evidence from the jury. However, his arguments are without merit. While this evidence is prejudicial, relevant evidence tends to be, it is not unfair. Conclusion, the state respectfully requests this court rule that the Amazon data received in response to a search warrant is complete and this evidence is relevant and admissible. Okay, hold on. What they include? Oh, okay, so this is just the affidavit, the PCA. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I can't. I could only imagine, Shay. Things are what the pro burgers are saying now.
I'm sure. Like, I mean, it's shocking. I find it funny, like what certain groups will focus on versus other. I want to hear it all, you know? Okay, so
Okay. I was just making sure there wasn't anything in it.
no, you're good.
Which, Lizzie? Which little bit? Oh my God. I'm So the Kohberger touches on the issue of identifying the account user. Yeah, we had read all of this in their original. Actually, wait. So this will include Kohberger's financial activities, click activities, vis-a-vis other events such as the homicides, a related purchase activity connected only to Kohberger, and the testimony from witnesses with knowledge that Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife. I'm done. I'm cooked. Turn me over, take me out, put a fork in me. I'm done.
I don't even know what to think.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I'm just, that's a big bomb. I don't even know how to process that.
Oh, do you believe do you personally believe he's innocent? If so, okay, so I'd love to hear. So I don't know if you just found this out or you found this out before the live. Like when you read this and found this out, if you're someone who's leaning towards innocence, what goes through your mind? You know, I would really like to know. Because it doesn't seal guilt. It doesn't, but it's massive. This is a massive victory in regards to state. Remember those original? Yeah. We heard about his sister very much early on.
I'm going to send you this timestamp. If you want to play it, you can. And it's like when they start going over the Amazon click activity and like Hitler's exchange with Anne is kind of telling. Because this just kind of makes it all make sense. I find it interesting they're still like going back and forth on this. I'm just shocked. Like that's like a slam dunk almost thing. Like that's a big piece of evidence.
That's the murder weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wow. Could you imagine? Like, I wonder if it's like who's gonna say? Is his family gonna say that they knew he got it?
Yeah, maybe. Very. Woo!
This is the end of day 2. This is January 24th hearing.
Same, F-bomb mom. Same.
Same.
Higher bellies, Rose.
So they're going to talk about the Amazon click activity, and then Hippler's going to give like this whole like example, which made a lot of people believe that they got stuff on Amazon for Bryan, and this just confirms it.
Well, okay. See, and that's like where I kind of always like run around in a circle, Crime Star, because it's not 50% of Moscow's DNA on it. You know what I mean? They already had Kohberger, and then you get warrants to look in, and he then also has not only purchasing the knife, and I'm not even so blown away, even though I wouldn't look on it on Amazon, but after the murders, I have searches for the K-bar knife and sheath. So it wouldn't be like, I don't think it's a slam dunk if he just searched it after the murders. Most of us did.
Right.
But if you purchased one prior, and we don't know that K-bar or sheath was ever recovered in any of the searches. Come on. You know what I mean? Like, but I think it's a weak argument to say, well, 50% of Moscow could have had it. It doesn't matter if every person in Moscow had it.
The last we knew from the police, that they didn't have the murder weapon.
Yep.
But you also have to like add on the layers of, Bryan said he was out driving. His phone's not connected to the network. A car that's similar to his is seen within, a few blocks of the home. There's just, it's stacking here. And it's single source DNA. It's not transfer DNA.
I don't trust Coffindaffer. And I'm not sure what receipts you're referring to, but either way, no matter what receipts they are, I don't trust Coffindaffer respectfully. I don't trust a lot of, like, even Ashley Banfield cannot get the information right. But I've seen Coffindaffer do some shady shit.
I know some people were talking about what the stuff they got at the top of his closet, I don't know. Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry, I'll quit talking.
All right, so let's listen to this little piece.
Those words, I appreciate what the court's saying, and I'm going to make this really short. The lists are problematic for us. There are 4 or 5 experts with lists. I understand what the court said. I like what the court said. They also have
reports that they reference.
The lab people do have reports. I understand those are their opinions. When we're talking about, and I'm going to specifically talk to you about their disclosure number 7, it's an FBI agent, Douglas. There's a list of financial records that he collected and looked at. Other than that those records exist, there's not a report telling me what they mean to him at all. If he's limited to say, I collected these records, this is what we have.
My understanding, the state can correct me, is what I understand from the briefing is with respect to that, and I think that's the Amazon documents, correct?
Those were some of those documents, Your Honor. There are a lot of others.
Was his expertise in extracting or reviewing the information and how those were sort of obtained electronically and then simply guiding through, well, this is a transaction on this date that does this, which is not necessarily expert testimony, it's simply testimony.
No, but I believe it's a different expert that they have to do that does not have a report.
But is that expert testimony? That, let's just say, television, if for some reason that were to be important, and that this transaction demonstrates that this is Mr. Kohberger's account, this is Mr. Kohberger's credit card, and this is the purchase on Amazon. and that was delivered to this address associated with Mr. Kohberger.
Those are factual issues, Your Honor. It's when we get to what do they mean, or I put these things together and I've made this picture out of something. That when we get to opinion, I appreciate what the court's saying. It sounds to me like lists don't do it if you want to interpret a record. That's what we hope to hear. That's what I wanted to accomplish today.
Well, I think it's pretty clear. You cannot simply say an expert's going to talk about topic A, topic B, topic C, and then be able to give a host of opinions that fall within those topics. The requirement is to list what their opinions are and what they relied on to give those opinions. It's different than the civil rule. I don't think they have to give as much detail as the civil rule requires, but they have to at least give what the opinions are, and I believe what they reviewed, as I recall the rule off the top of my head.
I believe the court's about right. There may be another term or two in the rule that's specific, but I hear the court loud and clear. I'll point out one last thing and stop, because I think I understand how the court interprets these issues and these rules. When you look at page 9 of the state's objection to our motion, and in the second to last paragraph, they tell you that they will continue to supplement their expert responses based on later discovery or whatever they decide to use. That whatever they decide to use has me worried. So I wanted to bring that up. I appreciate the court saying the court's going to apply the court rules and the discovery rules and follow the case law, and that's all we want. Thank you.
And so that I'm clear, as the state's approaching to talk about this, in terms of supplementation, it's allowed. It needs to be seasonable, which means it has to be not just whole cloth new experts, for example, without good cause showing me why that's necessary. It needs to be seasonable in the sense of the timing of it, based upon when the information was received, when it was determined it was necessary to supplement. And then obviously we'll look at that in relation to what may prejudice the other side in terms of the timing of it.
Certainly, I understand that. Their discovery deadline has come and gone. If something brand new happens, that would be a different issue. I would assume we would deal with that then. It's when I read whatever we decide to use, that's very, very broad. That's it. Thank you.
I think that's probably it.
Interesting. So she's nervous.
Yeah, I mean, she's commented even for the beginning of this case, like how much evidence is overwhelming. I was going to tell you to stop it earlier, but I thought that was kind of interesting to see that play out, because what other brand new things do you think? Like, there's so much out there. But yeah, he gave the example of the TV. So gave people, you know, kind of this like reaffirming that, hey, they probably got the knife in Amazon, you know, because we knew that from the warrant, what they were specifically looking for.
Yo.
Wild, huh?
I'm just, I need time to process.
So she had like issue with him reading off the report of a financial record of it being purchased. Like, it was like, really?
Yeah. And hey, I'm nervous about the opinion that this expert can draw from other reports. You can't, sorry. Yeah. It was all working when it was all under gag. You see how that worked? It was all easy peasy when you're able to throw out conspiracy left and right while we didn't have the information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's with everyone, right? Rumpelstiltskin's daughter.
And I'm actually really glad that because when we first saw the upload earlier this afternoon, you and I caught the defendant stuff starting. Yeah. And then later on, the state. So I'm glad that both sides were able to post in the same day. Maybe it will kind of give people a chance to read it, calm some rhetoric a little bit.
Sorry.
Oh, this is a big one, right? Or are we just hopping around?
Yeah, I'm just hopping around. I'm pulling up the 911 now.
And we got to do the text as well.
Which one's the text?
It is under defendant's objection to state's motion to eliminate regarding text messages and testimony.
Okay. All right. Well, this one.
I don't know which one you want to do first.
Well, I'm already on this one.
Okay.
So this is Mr. Kohberger's objection with the state's motion to eliminate to admit the 911 call. So you want to read?
Sure. The state correctly recognizes the statements on the 911 call are hearsay. Idaho rules of evidence make hearsay inadmissible unless it meets with an exception. The state identifies 2 exceptions to the rule against hearsay and further recognizes all parts of the statement must meet the exception. The state must provide foundation for an excited utterance. The state alleges that statements fall within the excited utterances or present sense impression exceptions to the hearsay rule or are non-testimonial. The state distinguishes and identifies only one statement, but claims the rest of the statements fall within the exception of present sense impression.
Yeah, I remember we went through great detail with these present sense impressions and stuff.
So the 911 call did not come at 4:30 in the morning when Dylan and Bethany communicated with each other and ended up in the same bedroom. So this is the defendant's motion, guys. This 911 call came 8 hours later. This call came after Dylan and Bethany each made calls, corresponded through text and other messaging to family and friends. The 911 call came only after friends arrived. Bethany initiated the 911 call and thereafter the phone was passed from person to person. The state lays out only one statement as an excited utterance. The statements of EA, which is Emily, when the phone was passed to her. Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. The state claims these words are an excited utterance because they explain why Xana was passed out. The state fails to take into account why that statement was made. The same transcript and the same page reflect the dispatcher asking exactly what was going on. Emily stated, one of the roommates who passed out and was drunk last night and she's not waking up. Either Bethany or Dylan said, no, we saw. After that prompted, Emily told dispatch about the man they saw. Thereafter, the phone was handed back to Dylan. The statements by Emily do not fit with an excited utterance exception. She first states she is reporting a roommate who was passed out from drinking and not waking up. She then states that they saw some man in their house. Emily does not have firsthand information and is repeating what Dylan and Bethany told her. In Mr. Kohberger's response to the state's motion to eliminate regarding text messages and testimony, he objects in part based on completeness of the record, but also because a more complete record weighs against the state's motion. The phone activity of Dylan and Bethany shows the statements on the 911 call are not an excited utterance. The phone activity is more extensive than a few messages between Dylan and Bethany. The phone activity did not stop once they were together. It did not begin right before the 911 was called. The 911 call was not contemporaneous with Dylan and Bethany's stated awareness of something happening in their house. 8 hours passed until they called for friends to come to the residence. An excited utterance is a statement that is made while under the influence of an event. The 911 call and statements contained therein came after conversation, calls, text, internet surfing, and other phone activity.
Oh, we already went through those. Damn. If you guys don't remember what the present sense impressions is it's just describing or explaining an event while making like a declaration to your perception of it. So basically, Emily didn't perceive any of it. She didn't also see Xana's body or anything like it. So they're trying to at least throw out her statements and get the 911 call thrown out versus Dylan and Bethany, who was actually perceiving the event in real time.
Yeah, hold on. Let's read this part though. Reviewing the grand jury testimony shows the state misplaces reliance on at least some of the statements about Xana. The state ignores previous sworn testimony when it claims the 911 call contains present sense impression because the declarants were observing Xana, and then there's a redaction.
Yeah.
The state has not identified what exception to the rule against hearsay applied to which statements, with the exception of the previously discussed statement. Review of the record and background show neither exception applies. The state relies on the conclusion reached by Judge in denying Mr. Kohberger's motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment. Mr. Kohberger disagrees with the conclusion that the state's reliance on the findings. Judge's findings do not include a full analysis of the applicable exception accompanied by the background information. This court is not bound by Judge's ruling. And then it states case law, the confrontation. The 911 call contains little that fits within the exception to the rule against hearsay. The statements that they saw a man in the house are testimonial in nature. Witnesses will need to be in court to testify to satisfy the constitutionally protected area of confrontation. The transcript. Mr. Kohberger raises the same objections to the transcript being omitted. If the transcript is omitted, the court should only omit a version that is certified by a court reporter. Mr. Kohberger has a certified transcript prepared and provides it as an exhibit to this motion for use should the court allow the transcript be omitted. Mr. Kohberger objects to the state's motion and urges the court to deny it. The testimony in open court and subject to the adversarial process best protects Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights.
Okay. So before I pull up the next one, I'm just going to run to the restroom. So you take over for 1 second.
I got it. What does everybody think? It's a lot to process. I think I'm most right now just in shock of the confirmation of the Amazon purchase. That's big. That's really big. Wow. But I do think it's good that they start like unsealing some of this. It's going to come out in court anyways. Yeah. Hold on, let me 1 second. Got the cough. Yeah, I think that a lot of this is going to be hard on the families and the surviving victims, like as these documents are coming out and the information. You can imagine that some of this stuff that they probably haven't even seen themselves. They're going to start seating the jury in August, Renee. That is what is currently on schedule right now. I'm scrolling. So whenever they moved to Ada County, they rescheduled. So what we have right now is the jury trial is going to start August 11th. So they'll be having monthly hearings up until then. So right now, it's so important going through like the liminaes because this is where they're, putting forth to the court like what they're fighting to bring in as evidence. Oh yeah, K-Brace, yeah. I'm really into cold cases. This one there's something about it that's just like it's captured me. It's one that I follow a lot. I got like 3 cases right now that I'm following that are busy.
Okay, let's go. This is intense. Okay, thank you for holding it down. I even made a really bad decision, and I'm drinking like a sugar soda. Like, not that I need, like, I'm trying to just do 0 sugars.
Are you?
Yeah, but I am totally, as if I'm not energized enough now. I'm like, I need to like a real soda.
I actually have to go to the bathroom myself. So when you had to go, I was like, oh gosh, you gotta make me go.
Okay, good.
All right, I'm gonna go. I hope you enjoy that soda, all the sugar.
Thank you. It will be as of now, correct? Yes. We don't know if it's necessarily going to be live streamed or what. Judge Hippler is not going to be pushing this trial out again. He's not. He is on the money and he is ready to keep this moving. And I do not think that's why we're seeing everything coming out in a very rapid pace right now, because he wants all of this done and ready for trial. He's not pushing, yeah, I know, right? He's not pushing it out. He doesn't want to do that to the families. He doesn't want to do that to Kohberger either. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, please. While you guys all take your bathroom and drink breaks, please remember, hit the thumbs up. Thank you so much for being here with us. This is huge. This is massive. It's so crazy. After over 2 years to see this information finally coming out and to get some answers. I'm just, yeah, shut your lobes. Wow. I don't even know. And I think Wolfie fell asleep, so she doesn't even know this news yet. Yes, you can, Kate Rays. Yes, you can. So this next one that we're reading is the defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine regarding the text messages and testimony. So I'm just going to wait for Shay to get back because I don't want her to miss any of it. Correct. Cicely, correct. Create reasonable doubt. Yes.
I am back. I am back and can hear you. I am
Perfect.
just heating up some dinner.
Okay. So it says Kohberger objects to the state's motion in limine to admit text messaging as requested in its motion. Kohberger's objection is grounded in his constitutional rights. Okay. So the state is seeking a broad scope of, and this is defenses, guys. The state is seeking a broad scope of cell phone records for two stated purposes. One is to establish a timeline, and the other is for the truth of the statements contained in the record. The span of time that the state seeks to encompass is about a 10-hour time frame. The state indicates the initial text is the beginning of the time frame at 2:10 a.m., and that text is not offered for the truth of the matter. Similarly, at the end of the time frame is a text from the University of Idaho at 1:04 p.m. The state grounds its request in the rules of evidence and a previous decision by Judge. So, law of the case. The state relies on Judge's conclusion in Kohberger's challenge to the grand jury indictment. However, that decision does not bind this court. The law of the case doctrine applies where an appellate court pronounces a principle of law. Okay. So, when considering whether or not the text message is either an excited utterance or a present sense impression, this court will have the benefit of additional information than was available previously. Even if the court determined Judge's decision with the law of case, this court has discretion to hear and decide the issues presented before the court. The trial court's discretion to change its own pretrial rulings, especially evidentiary rulings. The state seeks admission of certain texts for the truth of the matter asserted as exceptions to the rule against hearsay. So excited utterance. Defendant's objection. Okay. So excited utterance has the two requirements: an occurrence or event sufficiently startling to render inoperative the normal reflective thought process of an observer, or two, the statement of the declarant must have been a spontaneous reaction to the occurrence or event and not the result of reflective thought. Although the rule does not expressly state, factors of trustworthiness and necessity play a large role in a trial's court's decision whether to admit a declarant's expression of a state of mind or whether to exclude it, as well as in the decision whether to admit or exclude the content of additional statements accompanying the expression. Both exceptions require the statements to be contemporaneous with an event and be spontaneous without time for reflection. In this case, the rule of completeness is critical both to analyze the claim of an excited utterance and to understand the context of what was occurring. Kohberger has maintained his innocence. Thus, the time frame the state alleges is very much an issue. The rule of completeness is about fairness in proceedings. This rule recognizes that context is key in understanding evidence. Idaho's captured the common law rule of completeness in Idaho Rule of Evidence 106. The state is seeking a select portion of phone records to come in at trial under exceptions to the rule against hearsay. First, the court must be aware of the excluded portions of the phone records. And second, Kohberger asserts the full record must be made available.
I do agree with that aspect of it, though.
Yes. I made this argument in my court, the rule of completion. You should have the full context. Well, definitely hit that thumbs up. Thanks, Beach Holly. So Kohberger herein provides a more complete but not exhaustive review of Dylan and Bethany's communications and interactions with social media during the hours established by the state. Objection to the state's motion in limine, text exhibits 1 and 2, Dylan and Bethany phone record for phone activity during the state's limine. So November 13th, we got to put all of this stuff together in one timeline. November 13th, 2022 at 2:10 a.m., Dylan texts E.G., the Uber driver, inquiring if he was driving. 2:13, Emily texts Dylan confirming, not Emily, the Uber driver texts Dylan confirming he was driving. Okay. 2:53, Maddie calls Bethany.
We thought there was a call before, we were thinking that.
3:51 a.m. Oh. 3:51 a.m. Dylan creates a new contact in her phone. 4:19, Bethany calls Dylan. See, she did call her back. I figured she called her right back. 4:20, Dylan calls Xana. 4:20, Dylan calls Kaylee. 4:20, Dylan calls Bethany for 41 seconds. 4:21, Bethany calls Xana. 4:21, Dylan calls Maddie. 4:22, Bethany calls Maddie. 4:22, Bethany calls Ethan. 4:22, Dylan to Bethany. No one is answering. I'm really confused right now. Dylan to Kaylee. 4:22, Kaylee, what's going on? Bethany outgoing message on Snapchat at 4:23. 4:23, Bethany to Dylan. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Bethany to Dylan. Xana was wearing all black. Dylan to Bethany. I'm freaking out right now. No, it's like a ski mask almost. Bethany to Dylan. Shut the fuck up. Actually, Dylan to Bethany. Like he had something over his forehead and a little on the mouth. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. Bethany to Dylan. So am I. Dylan to Bethany. Phone is going to die. Fuck. Bethany. Why is it BR? Is that a typo?
Yeah, it's a typo.
Okay. Come to my room. Run down here. Dylan calls Ethan. 4:24. Dylan calls. Sorry, it doesn't say calls. It's Dylan 2, or unless they're redacted. These are redacted because it says 2 with texts. So 4:24, Dylan to Bethany. Bethany to Dylan, 4:25. 4:27, Dylan outgoing call. 4:27, Dylan outgoing message on Snapchat.
But why is that outgoing call doesn't have anybody next to it?
I know. I don't know. These are all, look, it's all redacted stuff. 4:27, Dylan outgoing message on Snapchat. 4:27, Dylan outgoing message on Snapchat. 4:27, Dylan calls Kaylee. 4:28, Dylan calls Xana. 4:29, Bethany calls Maddie. 4:30, Bethany calls Maddie. 4:30, Bethany calls Kaylee. 4:31, Bethany calls Kaylee. 4:32, Dylan texts Kaylee. 4:34, Bethany accessed Snapchat. 4:37, Bethany accessed Instagram. 7:30 a.m., Bethany calls Dad. 8 a.m., Bethany calls that's an issue. Well, not an issue. I won't say an issue. It's going to be an issue for other people. I didn't know they were even awake that early yet. Bethany calls dad. 8 a.m. Bethany calls dad. 8 a.m. Bethany calls another number. 8:01 Bethany calls home. 8:02 Bethany calls mom. 8:09 dad calls Bethany. 8:05:43 to 10:45 seconds. There's a DM on Instagram. 8:41 to 8:42 Bethany takes photos.
I mean, she could just be taking a picture in a room.
Yes, absolutely. 9:04:36 mom texts Bethany. 10 a.m. to 10:01 Dylan messages incoming and outgoing on Snapchat.
Mm-hmm.
The Snapchat. Okay. 10:01:53 to 10:04.
Don't
No,
breathe life into it.
Sorry.
Don't you dare, girl.
I'm sorry, but I had it. Okay. 10:01:53, 10:03:05 Dylan on Instagram. 10:03 to 10:04 Dylan on Indeed. What's Indeed?
Like job hunting, like you know, like, I mean, LinkedIn has like job hunting service, like Glassdoor, Indeed. It's like a job searching website.
Okay. 10:04, 10:23 Dylan messages incoming and outgoing Snapchat. 10:23 Dylan texts Madison Mogen. I'm sorry, I'm just going to rewind a little bit because I always said it's probably based on a little truth, and I absolutely do believe that there may have been like a Snapchat, you know, like I don't know. Okay. So 10:24 to 10:25 Dylan on Instagram, 10:30 to 10:45 Dylan messages incoming and outgoing Snapchat, 11:21 JM texts Bethany.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of people think JM is Bethany's like boyfriend's sister who was in a sorority.
Okay. 10:56 to 11:29 Dylan is on Instagram and messaging on Snapchat. 11:29:27 Dylan texts Kaylee. 11:29 to 11:32 Dylan's on Instagram and messaging on Snapchat. 11:53 Dylan on Yik Yak. What's a Yik Yak?
Oh, what's that social app? It was in part of the search warrants. Yik Yak was. It's like a social media app. It's for college
It's a college
students.
messaging app, Joe Mama.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. 11:36 Dylan on TikTok. 11:37 Dylan messages on Snapchat. 11:39 to 11:40 Dylan and Dad text. 11:49 Bethany calls JM. 11:50 JM texts Dylan. 11:45 to 11:50 Dylan's on Instagram. 11:50 Dylan calls Emily. 11:51 JM texts Dylan. 11:50. Oh God, there's more. 11:51.
Oh my Lord.
Bethany texts JM. 11:51 JM texts Bethany. JM texts Bethany. Bethany texts JM. JM texts Bethany. Bethany texts JM. Bethany texts JM. Bethany texts JM. 11:53. This is right when the 911 call is being made. Yep. So 11:54 to 11:55 JM texts Bethany 3 texts. 11:54 to 11:57 Dylan on Instagram. 11:56, right between that, Bethany calls 911. The state has selected text messaging as excited utterances and present sense impression. The totality of circumstances defeat the state's request. Bill and Bethany texted each other a handful of times, and then they were in the same bedroom. They were together with the ability to talk to each other. They were not asleep for 8 hours. They weren't. Okay. The messages the state seeks admission of as exceptions to hearsay began with a call and a message about being confused. After texting each other and unsuccessfully speaking with any of their roommates, the pair were together. The state is looking at the messages with the benefit of hindsight. The analysis has to be done in the moment the utterances were made. Text messages in this case. Dylan first claims confusion. Then, after communicating with Bethany, claims fear to leave her room. Despite her stated fear of leaving her room, she does so and joins Bethany downstairs. To get to Bethany's bedroom, Dylan passed the front door of the residence. Bethany was steps from the front door. Neither of them left the house. Neither of them called friends, family, or law enforcement for help. So they just came. They just came naturally.
Well, I think that they're kind of responding to, remember how when the state like issued out those text messages, it included in there that those excited utterances, like it didn't leave time for them to like corroborate, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a natural telling of what they experienced. And I think the state is trying to like bring doubt, or sorry, the defense is bringing doubt, like, well, it wasn't like they just went to sleep and couldn't talk about it, you know? Whatever it is that they're claiming, if they're thinking things are more nefarious, I don't know. So I see how they're like kind of poking a hole at that claim as well. What do you think?
I don't know yet.
A lot to digest.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So neither of them left the house. Neither of them called friends, family, or law enforcement for help. Well, we don't know what the text. I'm very curious what the text messages the parents were and the calls. Instead,
They could be innocent, you know?
Yeah. Instead, both have a substantial amount of activity beginning in earnest less than 4 hours after Dylan made her way to Bethany's room. Bethany and Dylan communicate with friends and parents, and DM is on social media. The second grouping of message the state claims fit with the exception to the hearsay rule are those from Dylan to her roommates beginning at 10:23 a.m. 6 hours later. The state claims Dylan woke up and realized her roommates had not responded to her earlier text. The state is wrong. Dylan was awake. She was, and so let me be clear. When I say again, doesn't mean they have anything to do with it versus, ooh, that doesn't look good. Like, holy crap, why did you wait? You know, like, she was messaging on Snapchat. She was on Instagram and she texted with her dad. And this is not an exhaustive list of activity on her phone. She was with Bethany, who was also communicating with her parents and then later friends. Kohberger urges the court to view the state's request with consideration of the complete picture. The state has asked the court to look at a timeline, and Mr. Kohberger urges the court to look at everything that occurred during that timeline. The state's motion should be denied. So absolutely, it should all be relevant. Absolutely.
I think it would be really interesting to know, because like, what if they genuinely weren't thinking anything nefarious that morning, but what if one of the victims had an like obligation that morning and they didn't show up? So
well, that's what we heard
people
about Ethan.
Right, like Ethan, you know? Or what if like one of their alarms was going off on their phone and it just like it didn't turn off, you know? I just thought of different things. That could be like any roommate, you know what I mean? I kind of wonder like what was like the igniting thing. It would make sense though if it was like Ethan was meant to go do that study session meetup, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And they were looking for him. So I really want to know who JM is. I don't want to just like say it's Bethany's like boyfriend's little, you know, sister. I don't know that. I actually, because I didn't see JM when I first saw the J, I was assuming it was Jack Kerr. Like they were checking, like, have you talked to Kaylee? You know, I'm really confused. I think there's so much more context, and you know, putting this out there and like the lack of context, kind of like how we felt going through the initial redactions of like, you know, the 911 stuff. It just leaves people to just wonder. And maybe it's nothing nefarious at all.
I do think it's weird. I do.
Okay.
It all should be allowed. It's all absolutely context, but
The facts,
I'm trying to figure out why wasn't there concern until Hunter and Emily showed up? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They were awake that early? That's even kind of worse than sleeping.
Well, and the fact that from what we could, I mean, this is just drawing a conclusion that they never came out of that room for that long. Like, you never went to the bathroom. I don't know. That's kind of a tough one. I mean, I can understand like laying in bed and playing on your phone for a little bit before you get up, you know? This is so wild. I think it's gonna cause a lot of more speculation. What if he's awake?
I know. Harley, what do you think? Like, this is a lot. Okay, so all that this tells me is that there wasn't a concern, really. There was a high concern when you see them all calling back, forth. And then a couple of hours pass. Let's say they fell asleep for like 4 hours. Why wasn't there any concern then?
Yes, Harlot, there was a bathroom on each floor. I don't.
Well, no, Gen X, because that's not reasonable doubt for Kohberger at all. That's just, damn, me trying to wrap my head around why wasn't there concern. Reasonable doubt has to be created in regards to him.
Right.
You know what I mean? This is just me trying to figure out, how did you go from being concerned and both of you blowing them up to now hours later, it doesn't seem like there is any concern.
I mean, I could see reasonably when they start to try to contact the roommates again, at the 10:23 mark in that morning, that would make sense to wake up around that time on a Sunday. Okay. So you have almost an hour and a half, like when you first reach out to Maddie, and then 11:30 reach out to Kaylee, and then it's like they don't try reaching out to Xana or Ethan again.
What I'm saying, like, it went from, look at this, bam, 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 back, forth. They're calling. Everyone. And then, 7:30. Bethany calls dad. 8 calls dad. 8 calls another. 8:01 calls home. 8:02 calls mom. 8:09 dad calls Bethany. 8:05 to 10 Dylan's on Instagram. 8:41, 8:42 Bethany takes photos. Messages on Snapchat, Instagram, Indeed around 10 a.m. outgoing Snapchat. Okay, here we have a 10:23. Then Dylan texts Maddie.
Right.
Then 10:24 right after, Dylan on Instagram, which I don't know what she was doing on Instagram. Maybe she was doing something really, I don't know.
But remember too that this is what they hand selected to show as well. There's still stuff missing in here. And we haven't even seen what the victims' phones looked like, who was trying to contact with them. Does it cross-reference with some of these people, you know? Like JM. Was JM trying to contact one of them? You know what I mean? Because this isn't the full, like, phone history. Like,
No, we don't know what Dad knew. We don't know Dad knew anything. It doesn't show context, right? It just shows black and white phone records.
I mean, all it said in there was that they didn't reach out to their family or help for, in what you just read. But that's kind of not true. They did reach out for help. Tell me what's going on. I feel like you're just like, oh Lord.
This is gonna be. We need to know. I just don't understand that part. And when I say that, again, this has nothing to do with Kohberger. This has to do with, I've really tried to give a lot of benefit of the doubt with the time that passed. Really, I've pushed beyond what I would do, I think I would do, given room, given grace. But this is even weirder to me. It is. I just don't think...
No, hold on, K-Brace. The thing about Bryan interviewing people about crimes, that was a survey and that was on Reddit.
Yeah.
It wasn't on Indeed.
Well, no, absolutely. Like, I'm aware with what they're doing, but even all that to the side, in my mind, the way that I made sense of it with the information we had at the time, Bethany probably calmed Dylan down. Let's go to sleep. Woke up around that 10:23 time and started texting. And it was easier for me to think like an hour and a half before people showed up. And okay, but to know that there was so much activity going on just 4 hours later, that's a lot of time to be sitting there and nobody's still answering and not many calls. Like, I don't know how it went from frantic calling to not. And I'm trying to understand that mind frame.
I think they were too afraid to go check themselves. And I think that they were probably relying on past experience of being in the house, knowing that their friends usually sleep in till around, like, I don't know, 11, noon or whatever, on the weekends because they don't have classes. But I think maybe the nudge here was Ethan. And people were looking for him, That's my, I don't know, that's just kind of that's my theory.
That's absolutely, and that's why I said before, I'm like, we don't know what they were doing. It could have been related. Like, I don't know if they were searching on, like, messaging on Instagram, them. I don't know. That's why context matters.
I don't think it's weird to be like on Snapchat or other like apps either, because you may talk to somebody. So Bethany and Dylan were both active in their sorority. Maybe they could just be chatting, but something triggered this to contact somebody to get into Ethan and Xana's, and you call.
No, I think
What,
Hunter
Emily,
and
Hunter-
Emily showed up. I think Hunter came to maybe pick Ethan up.
Why would he have to pick Ethan up? Ethan should have already been his thing, because Ethan and him were not in the same fraternity. Ethan was doing his study stuff with another fellow fraternity member.
I don't know. Sorry, like I'm trying to.
I think sometimes the information could be shocking that you feel like maybe you should, I don't know how you feel, but like, I could see why people could feel a lot more about it, but I guess I just don't. Like, I'm waiting to hear it, like how it comes out in trial. Like, I realize each side is going back and forth here. And this is what Anne wants us to see, just like what the state wanted to show us prior.
No, there was no strobe here.
Put it up real quick.
It specifically says where did it go? Okay. So this was their Amazon search, including clickstream data that Amazon has produced. In this case, the state narrowly tailored a search warrant for evidence regarding the crimes. This included temporal limitations based on the officer's investigation, which limited the search from March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022. Time it was known Bryan Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.com. And November 1st through December 6th, right after the homicides. So they also wrote Kohberger's actual click activity, i.e. purchase of a K-bar knife with sheath before the murders, and his click activity indicating a search for a knife with sheath after the murders. And then it also said, so even if an algorithm might suggest certain products to a customer, the algorithm would not cause a customer to repeatedly and over the course of several days browse web pages related to K-bar knives, sharpeners, and sheaths. Oh, over the course of several days.
So that's going to lap in the Google, probably. That's where she was meaning the reports, you know?
Mm-hmm. And then we have testimony from witnesses with knowledge that Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife.
I think that's going to be the family.
Rule of completion, and it's the utterances and the impressions showing that, okay, if you're admitting certain things, you cannot have time to contemplate and shit like that. And so you have to show that it's kind of in the moment, reacting. And if you're trying to admit text messages or calls like prior, and you have to show what's between the two. It doesn't just fall under the excited and utterances and impressions, because look at this activity between the two.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think that comes down to, we got two different events going on, and I think that the defense is focusing on the event being the what is the estimated time of the murders, right? And what they see is that reaction. But I think that the state is also looking at the second part of it being the discovery of the bodies, and they're seeing that utterance pertains to that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Where I feel like the defense is trying to dismiss finding the bodies as part of the event. I think we're saying the same thing, but like that's just kind of how I'm perceiving it.
Well, and I don't take that as he was going to do it again necessarily, versus he was preparing. This was March. He was still in Pennsylvania. How did he target? Were they targeted? Were they random? He made the decision back before he moved to Washington. And did you, Long Island Hillbilly, did you call me a pro burger in so many words?
What?
You must have
What is that?
Like a pro burger, like because they're like, Melissa's like in love with Kohberger, which this is the problem with people who just kind of click on in the middle of my one sentence, because anybody who's been here knows how I feel. Yeah. Hey, Jude.
Well,
I don't know.
I was listening to the interview that Anjanette Levy did. I don't know. It was like on this like old long crime video from like a year or two ago, or 2 years ago, Melissa. And it was whenever she like went and knocked on Bryan's downstairs neighbor's door, and the lady didn't come out, but you could see the door open, and she was like, you know, explaining how he was up late at night a lot. Sometimes it sounded like vacuuming, other it just sounds like he was constantly like doing stuff. So, you know, yeah, I think there could be probably a little bit of your night out, OCD tendencies. I think you and I discussed, like, was he trying to like train his body to stay like awake, you know, for this time frame? Could he have been practicing with his knife? I don't know. It's interesting. What's that?
It's a lot. I'm thinking. I don't know. I don't want to talk because my brain isn't processing fast enough. You know what I mean? I'm trying to ingest it all.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is the defense's objection to the state's motion of the alternative perpetrator evidence, which, if you guys remember, the original state's motion in limine was saying, hey, you had more than enough time regarding your alibi. At this point, you cannot introduce oh no, I'm sorry, this isn't the alibi, this is the alternative perpetrator evidence. Okay, so could the alternative perpetrator leave the sheath at the crime, like the real perpetrator? Do you guys remember? So if you want to read.
Yep. Comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorneys of record and hereby objects to the station's motion in limine regarding the alternative perpetrator evidence filed on February 21st, 2025. More specifically, the state seeks an order prohibiting Mr. Kohberger from offering alternative perpetrator evidence or argument without first satisfying the court that any such evidence is relevant and admissible pursuant to the law. For the reasons set forth below, Mr. Kohberger objects to this motion. Argument. Mr. Kohberger has a right to present a full and complete defense for the crimes of which he is accused. This right is protected by the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution and made applicable to the states through the Due Process Clause of 14th Amendment. When presenting a full and complete defense of the crimes charged, Mr. Kohberger should be given an opportunity to proffer evidence of an alternative perpetrator so that such evidence can be properly evaluated for relevancy and admissibility under the Idaho Rules of Evidence. So these are just going through. So the state argues that literally thousands of tips regarding possible perpetrators were received by law enforcement during the course of the investigation, and that none of these tips were sustained with the exception of information regarding Mr. Kohberger. The state is correct that over 45,000 tips have been disclosed and tips continue to come in daily. This case is full of alternative perpetrators. The state has chosen to focus on Mr. Kohberger at its own peril. Mr. Kohberger will produce offers of proof related to many alternate perpetrators in this case that will meet Idaho Rules of Evidence. Many alternate perpetrators can be connected to the crime. Okay. So, in conclusion, the court should deny that state's motion eliminating. They should reserve ruling on this motion until Mr. Kohberger provides an offer of proof that he can be evaluated under standard admissibility set out. Okay, so, but that's the thing, though. If you're gonna do the alternate perpetrator defense, then you got to give notice to the state. So whatever investigation you did, then the state can do. So
right.
I'm sorry,
it
like
goes
this
both ways.
What is going on here?
And then it ties in my opinion, a bit with the alibi, because what we're about to read next with the alibi is at this point you have your deadline for the alibi, and you do not have to go for the alibi defense, but they went for the alibi defense, and they didn't even meet the criteria for alibi. But at this point, you cannot introduce someone else into your alibi because, just like you were saying, the state has to have time to do their investigation and present and research. So do not At any point now, try to introduce, well, I was with this person or this person saw me within my alibi.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's doing what she can. Because this is the alibi, and it says the state provided the court, this is again the defense, the state provided the court a list of pleadings to take notice of. The state failed to provide the court with the full scope of the pleadings. Kohberger filed a response to the state's request for discovery disclosure and alibi demand on June 9, 2023, and contemporaneously filed a motion for an exception or in the alternative to extend time for compliance. State filed a response to our motion for an extension June 13, 2023, with an agreement for additional time. Kohberger filed his notice of alibi July 24, 2023. This notice stated that at the time alleged by the state that he was inside the King Road home, he was driving his vehicle and not in Moscow. State filed a motion to compel. Hearing was held. State provided partial transcript of the hearing in their motion in limine. Subsequently, speedy trial was waived. Scheduling order was vacated. Pursuant to new scheduling order, Kohberger filed a supplemental response of alibi demand. So
It was the same fucking oh god.
yeah,
okay.
it was the same alibi. I know. So, Idaho Code governs notice of alibi and requires specific names and places to verify where a defendant was at the time of the crime. Kohberger advised the state he intended to offer expert testimony through Cy Ray as partial corroboration that he was driving south and west of Moscow, Idaho, during the early morning hours of the 13th. The expert testimony involves cell site location information. Kohberger advised the state of his intention to cross-examine any state expert in that field. So again, my alibi will come out through cross-examination of your experts. I don't know about that. So after that disclosure, the court heard Kohberger's fourth motion to compel. Kohberger sought further records related to CSLI. Kohberger called Mr. Cy Ray to testify at this hearing, and state declined cross-examination. State provided records necessary to CSLI in various batches of discovery. These records consist of qual detail records from AT&T, cell tower lists, and drive test data. The state provided its cast draft report and later a final report. However, no analysis has been provided. The state did not produce a timing advance report for Kohberger's cell phone. Partial corroboration does not cover the time alleged in the state's changing documents or in any affidavit in support of searching and seizing Kohberger's person and property. Partial corroboration relates to where Kohberger was during the early morning hours of the 13th. So it's case law. So Kohberger has stated exactly how he will partially corroborate where he was. I love the partially. He will use information contained in the discovery supplied by the state, and he will present the testimony expert of witness Cy Ray. Kohberger has not met his statutory obligation providing the state notice of corroboration of his partial alibi. So it's a partial alibi, so let me be clear of what he's trying to do. I can't prove to you where I was at the time of the crimes. But what I will do when your expert comes on the stand and tries to say I was here, I will then, through cross-examination, prove I wasn't, basically. Like, what? Or not so much prove I wasn't, like debunk your proving that I was, more so.
Okay, but here's my thing. Like, when we're talking partially, define that. Define that. Because like, where's the other partials to make the whole fucking alibi? Like,
where's the rest? Like, I'll partially give you an alibi and not on my own through your experts, meaning I'll just battle and debate them. What? How much is partial? Is it a fourth? Is it 1/20th of an alibi? How much alibi do we get?
And why did you access that backup Google account after the murders? When the phone or whatever device first came on the network? That's wild to me.
As an avid runner and a hiker, he explored many areas of the Palouse. Of note, he explored Wawawai Park in July of 2022, and this became a favorite location. After the school year began, Kohberger was busy with classes and work at Washington State University, and his running and hiking decreased, but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. This is supported by data from Kohberger's phone showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning hours on several occasions. Phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different late evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky. Kohberger was out driving in the early morning hours of the 13th, as he often did, to hike and run and or see the moon and stars, even though it was cloudy as fuck. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow, including Wawa Park. Partial corroboration. Kohberger intends to offer testimony of Cy Ray, CSLI expert, cell tower, cell phone, other radio frequency. Curricula vitae is attached to show that Kohberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho on the 13th, that Bryan Kohberger's mobile device did not travel east of the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early morning hours of the 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video. So that is literally the partial alibi right there. We are going to battle your expert that says it was. That's it.
Right. And remember in the Frank's motion, that the order, how the judge went over the time gap, like he had an hour to,
yes,
even if.
Yes.
So this is already, I mean, even though that they're just using, this is an evidentiary document right here attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
From the April 2024, but still, it's like, I cannot believe this.
Yep. And so additional information as to Kohberger's whereabouts, including additional analysis by Cy Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. If not disclosed, Mr. Cy Ray's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborating Mr. Kohberger's alibi will either not preserved or has been withheld. Thank you, Seamus. Do you know what the Little Mermaid and I have in common? We both, you made me read that. Shit. We both want to be part of your world. That was really cheesy, but thank you. Don't you giggle, Harlan. Don't encourage that shit.
I highly encourage them.
It was a wild rabbit, not a tame one. Thank you, though.
But remember at the end of Cy Ray's testimony in May 2023, he said he has the right to reserve his judgment, and that can change as the data is presented. So so this is the thing. Say he does go on these occasional nighttime drives and does this stuff. So does his phone not connect to the network? Mm-hmm.
That's a great question.
Does he take pictures every time? And in the pictures, do they have the proper metadata and have forensic analysts looking at that metadata to ensure that it's proper and it hasn't been altered?
Exactly. I think this is weak as fuck. Sorry, I'll just say it because we've been talking about this a lot, how you could basically get two different experts, one for the state, one for the defense, on the stand about anything, and they can argue it. That is not enough. You had Dr. Dorothy Lewis up there diagnosing Tisha with, as an expert witness, with dissociative identity disorder, the same way the state could get an expert who says, no, she does not fall under. So if you're basing it just on expert witnesses being able to battle the data, that's not going to be enough. Yeah. August, Cicely. August.
And like some of the warrants that they were so pursuing on, especially in the Frank's motion, we have Apple. He could have had an Android phone. He had an Apple iPad, iCloud services. You could definitely. Apple stuff is harder to change and delete compared to Android devices. There's no telling like what was on what and what they could preserve.
And no, Adam, no. And first
what
of
did
all,
Adam
asked, do y'all think Bryan will take the stand? No.
No.
Anne is already setting the stage with the ASD diagnosis also. And so it's all going to tie in with his mannerisms and his behavior and his lack of communication skills, she's not going to put him up on that stand.
The other part of that partial corroboration that you were looking for will most likely not be fulfilled by Bryan. It'll be left to the foggy night that it was. I think that they have a problem that I think, okay, just how they say that, like, you know, evidence is telling, but also what's missing in evidence. Like, what if they show that in some of the devices there's gaps of things that are missing? Like, what if he, you know, being interested in cloud forensics, like, you know, he could find ways, apps, programs to override his phone. You know, you'd have to have a really good forensic analyst to pick that stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you were using, you would need like top experts. It wouldn't just probably be your layperson.
I think he still is not meeting what you need for alibi. He is not putting forward any proof of where he was at the place at the time of the murders or who he was with. He's not. Yeah. He still has not done that. So this ATS, he fucking bought a K-bar. Like, sorry, I'm just still, I can't. I'm like, I honestly, like, my chest hurts from how, like, excited I've been. Like, and when I say excited, I'm like, my body, like, blood pressure up, like, you know, like, like getting sore, you know, like.
No, I feel your excitement. I'm just kind of like, my brain's going wild right now.
Well, honestly, I'm not prepared to get off this live and then surf the community to see what are you guys going to say, because I'm not prepared for how angry I'm going to get with the, like, if you're going to argue it, which is fine, but the stupid shit I hear when you're arguing it that way, I can't handle that.
Yeah, there's some crazy shit. My favorite is after, like, I've gone through everything to, like, read through Reddit or different, like, social media platforms that people comment some, you know, are very creative, like, theories, and there's others, like, you could tell you have not followed this case at all. Shut up.
There's a lot of people just hopping on thinking, oh yeah, let me do the next money train and doing clickbait and shit. I hate that shit.
Well, and then the old rumors and conspiracies are, like, popping back up. It's like, so you're giving more facts, but you're still running hard with that conspiracy. Like, I'll tell you, the one that really pisses me off is Banfield right now. Dude, why does she keep bringing up
her shit together?
Why does she keep bringing up drugs, Melissa?
I don't know, but why does she get the basic facts and the names wrong? I thought it was, when I was just watching that Steve interview, I was like, you better get the name right. But she even switched Bethany with Dylan at one point, and I'm like, oh my God, you don't even, come on, girl. Oh my God.
Samus, we're not protecting Banfield on this. She had one fucking job to report the news.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And she literally has people in her ear. How do you fuck that up? Like,
I know, I'm like, just put Bryan on, but I mean, but I think sometimes, like, I will say this, and I know as a news reporter, like, you got to be able to ask the questions, but I think sometimes it's like she's not reading the room. I remember, like, when she interviewed Xana's mom, Kara, some questions she asked just kind of felt offbeat for me, you know, and then she's sitting here talking to Steve and discussing, like, what he's heard or understands from the discovery of the girls, but then, like, pops in, like, another drug theory, and it's like, would you just stop it?
Right.
Like, the parents have already spoken out. Like, that's just the one, like, those, like, off, like, not within your audience. Read the room, girl.
You wouldn't feel that way, same as if you watched the last Banfield, like, she with Gray Hughes. I was like,
I know that she was she said Bethany or Dylan never went downstairs. I felt bad because Gray was like, yes,
he was like,
yes, she did.
She did. But you're on live TV, you know. But she also said Dylan was one of the victims. Like, I was like, whoa, you are so wrong. I don't know what you're doing.
Right. What is? Oh, look, squirrel, almost Jade.
No. Well, sorry. Well, okay. So, like, the path of travel, his vehicle was caught on the cameras. Clear footage, okay? Then there were times where it's not clear footage, but it's most likely the path of travel. Obviously, Anna's going to argue the ones that you can't prove it's him. But as long as the path of travel corroborates the time with the DNA and the purchase of the K-bar, and you can't prove you were anywhere else at that specific time, conveniently your phone's disconnected from the network, and you don't have a witness, no, I don't think so, no.
I think it's tough, because it's the stacking of evidence. Say like he didn't have anybody with him and there wasn't his DNA on a sheath, there wasn't a Hyundai Elantra in the vicinity of the crime scene around the time of when the crime happened, captured on video. Like, take out all of that, I could see more reasonable doubt, but it's just the stacking of it.
Well, and thank you, Sun Beach Holly, for 3 months. I have to go to bed, and I love y'all so much. MJ is my people, and I don't like people, but I might answer the phone if she called. Just saying. Thank you. Good night. And she didn't. Her office did. But that's not unusual, Silver Fox. I remember when like that was all crazy, and I remember that, but it wasn't her versus the office.
Anne had to swear like into court all of that. I think it's handled. I don't think it's an issue.
Yeah. But okay, this is, and we have so much, man.
43.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're trying to get through the good ones. The admissibility of demonstrative exhibits and memorandum in support. So go ahead.
Comes now, Bryan Kohberger, through his attorneys. They're going to object to this motion, the state's motion limine, basically for the 3D model that they were going to use of the home since
Which
the house has been torn down.
Shay, they didn't argue tearing that shit down, and now that it has the 3D demonstrative aid, it's like, nah, I don't want that shit. Of course you don't, because it will give people a clear image. So you didn't fight tearing it down, but now it's like, nah, I don't want that aid in there either. Why wouldn't you want that in there?
And what do they feel like it's not to scale? Okay. Sorry, I just read down.
Okay, go ahead.
I know, Jamie. I was reading Jamie's comment. I am really curious of what the thoughts would be if he was really trying to replace it, or like was the purpose to replace Melissa? Mm-hmm. Was it the purpose to make sure you had one on you because not to be without one?
Yeah.
Or two, were you planning to do something again?
I think he was contemplating replacing it. Especially, I'd like to know, I'll have to go back to the date, but I'd like to know how much after. But when it blew up, I think he knew. Once he realized the sheath was back there too, I think he went to go replace it.
Wow. Okay, so the demonstrative aid the state seeks permission to use is, quote, not to scale, replica of the house where the killings took place. This is not a demonstrative aid like a graph or chart or enlarged photo. This is a model built from examination and analysis of the house. Yeah, it's using top technology, dude.
Yes. It's not biased to any side. Come on.
Oh my God. Upon learning that the state intended to have a model of the crime scene built for the demonstrative purposes in October 2023, the defense requested specific discovery. Objection to state's MIL demonstrative exhibit. None had ever been produced other than a single police report discussing the intent to build a model until over 226 gigabytes of discovery was delivered to Mr. Kohberger on March 14th, 2025. After the discovery deadline, the state sought a stipulation to this exhibit. Mr. Kohberger declined. The state disclosed a drawing, alleging it was a drawing of a model that will be built. It was only 3 days ago that they disclosed who is building the model.
Oh, the credentials with who? Okay.
The credentials of those who are building the model and the data underlying the model. The state's expert disclosures did not discuss the use of a model.
Oh, you see this shit? Sorry.
Why would you have a model if you weren't going to use it?
Yes.
What are we just making Barbie doll houses? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
She knew,
I'm sorry.
and she didn't argue, because this is what I love when people say, like, they tore it down, and Anne didn't argue it at all. She didn't put up a fight at all. Like, come on, you guys. But now, this perfectly replicated 3D house I knew was going to be admitted. No. No. This is, I didn't know that they were going to use it.
She's like, I said, like, break that mother down. Get rid of it. Don't resurrect it in a Barbie doll version. I don't need that.
She knows. Again, what did I say? I'm going to, good night, poor Linda. I know that a lot of people are visual learners like I am, and having that is going to be massive to understanding the layout. And she doesn't want that. Of course she doesn't want that.
Mm-hmm. So in order to ensure this is a fair and accurate model, the defense would need to hire its own expert to evaluate the model once it's done, conduct independent investigation into the underlying data, potentially develop more or different evidence, and then litigate the admissibility. This is the most expensive trial right now. Okay. Anyways, sorry. Potentially develop more or different evidence and then litigate the admissibility and specifics of the model based on that investigation. The state has delayed this for so long, despite specific requests for discovery and knowledge of the upcoming trial date, that it prejudices Mr. Kohberger's ability to investigate and challenge the model, and it should therefore be excluded. On Friday, March 14, 2025, the state produced a discovery file regarding this aid. The discovery file is massive. It contains materials that require an expert to open and read them. These are the 3D scans Mr. Kohberger asked for over a year ago. The new discovery contains documents that indicate the state has been working on this since late 2023. The state's extremely late disclosure of what Mr. Kohberger requested at the time of learning about the state's plan violates Mr. Kohberger's right to a fair trial, effective assistance of counsel, and due process. This discovery is more than 6 months past the state's discovery deadline, 3 months past expert disclosures, and a little over 4 months until trial. The state must not be allowed to violate Mr. Kohberger's rights, ignore Idaho Criminal Rule 16, and disregard the court scheduling order. The state then cites case law. The state cites more case law. The state properly acknowledges the requested demonstrative evidence must be subject to the Idaho law. First, relevance must be established. That relevant evidence is evidence that has a tendency to make the existence of a fact of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. I'm going to take a drink 1 second.
And Teresa, are you talking about like a knife set in March? I mean, right before the murders, and then you have to remember he doesn't have it. So who did he give it to? In December, let's just say, if you're talking about the knife, who do you give it to? That would be easy, right? Because they would still have it.
Yeah, where's his? If he's buying it for someone else. And then the fact that you spelled it bearing, even though I know it was buying, is funny too. I happen to think that knife is buried somewhere.
Oh, bearing is set for Christmas, yeah.
Anyway, the state outlines its purpose of depicting where people and objects were located. The description is general, and the variety of potential witnesses that this aid is sought for is not defined. Really? Okay. Relevance
this aid is sought for is not okay. Okay.
Relevance is further complicated by the state's claim that this is not a 2-scale model. However, it is built from measurements taken by special agents. Idaho law requires a balancing test of the probative versus prejudicial value of the requested evidence. The state does not grapple with that issue. Sorry, I've been cottonmouth right now for some reason. The demonstrative aid, a model house constructed in an undisclosed way, is not relevant, and even if it was relevant, it is unfairly prejudicial, cumulative, confusing, and is misleading to the jury. The state has thousands of photographs of the house, 3D imagery, and multiple witnesses that have been inside the house. So the state has that. That also means that The defense has that.
Right.
Okay?
Exactly.
So evidence produced in that manner allow a jury to evaluate it using their own common sense and experience. They are seeing something. Mm-hmm.
They just want with your own common sense and experience. Okay. The jury. Okay.
They are seeing something they are familiar with, or in this case of a 3D modeling, the jury can view the depiction and hear testimony and cross-examination of that depiction. That is not the case if the state utilizes a model that is not to scale. Placement of walls, doors, and other structural objects may or may not be accurate. Lines of sight may or may not be accurate. There is real danger of the jury relying on a depiction that is not factually true.
Okay.
Do we need like a certification that it's like a scale to model or something?
Right. Yeah.
So nothing in the law the state relies on supports disregarding Mr. Kohberger's rights, discovery rules, and the court's order. Nothing in the March 14, 2025 disclosure provides good cause for the delay. For example, the photo log from the pictures taken is dated in November 2023. The state had a duty to disclose discovery and did not. Mr. Kohberger will not have an opportunity to examine the model and its supporting data. Instead, the state produced. So even though the pictures were taken that date, the question is, when was it given to the state, like the prosecution, you know? Because it could still be in FBI's hands. Okay, so no 3D imaging, no measurements, no photographs, no information until well after deadlines. What did she say?
When they announced that they were demolishing the house, the defense already knew that they would dispute the 3D model 100%.
And yeah, I mean, they knew right before that they were gonna do a demolition on it. I think it was like I mentioned before, like on duty, Ronzi had the guy that had the new technology that the FBI had gone back out there to do another scale to measure model, because they did one initially when the crime was committed, but they did, as technology advanced, they did another measurement.
Right. And yeah, how can you say it's not accurate, but then say it may or may not be accurate? You obviously don't know. So the argument is inaccurate. It's inaccurate is inherently false.
I mean, that's just like, you know, even if you say you revisit the place of a crime, it's never going to be those same conditions when somebody goes and visits it from a jury pool, you know? That's the way I kind of look at it. So I wouldn't expect the 3D to give somebody that exact impression. It's more, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that that's the purpose. But anyways, Mr. Kohberger does not have the opportunity to correct this evidence through prepared counsel and informed experts. Allowing such evidence violates Mr. Kohberger's rights guaranteed under the U.S. Constitution, 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments. And so they're asking them to deny the motion. Okay. Now we got a problem with the Barbie dollhouse. Don't put Ken Berger in there with the caterpillar eyes next to the neon glow sign. Sorry. I have it all like worked up in my head.
No, you're fine. I'm amazed. I'm amazed, and it's very interesting. AT&T.
Is that a question?
Advance records. Okay. And I keep putting my pen in like the back of my hair. You know what I mean? Like my hair is up in a claw clip. And then every time I have to go get it, you know what my ass is doing? Where the fuck did I put my pen? You know?
Oh, yeah.
It's like the third time I've done it. I'm like, it's in the back of my fucking hair where I keep putting it. Like, and I keep putting it there because I'm sitting in my bed. And Lord knows, like, pen ink, like, even though I keep unbuttoning, whatever the fuck it's called, like, to where it shouldn't. But my ass, I'm just like a very, I don't know how to, like, everything I touch shit turns to shit. So it, like that ink gets everywhere. So I'm trying to put it in my hair so that like it doesn't roll around the bed, you know, like leave markings. And oh,
I get it. No, I totally. Do you want to answer Marcus's question?
Why did Bryan take that selfie in the bathroom, and why does he look wet? Didn't they take shower curtains as evidence? He had no shower curtains when they went there, which is a psychopath move, in my opinion. Put aside the murders. No pillowcases, no curtains, no sex. I'm sorry.
He did he did have belongings in the home, but yeah, that was one thing they noticed was weird. He had no shower curtain.
No shower curtains and no pillowcases. I think the pillowcases is worse, but I just imagine showering and there's usually a mirror right across. So what do you look at? You look at yourself. A lot of times I'll shut that shower curtain because I don't like a mirror, like while I'm butt ass naked, like showering. And I'm always like, and that's what I like when you come out and it's foggy and it's like you don't have to see shit anymore.
I think K-Brace has your new slogan.
What is it? No sex, no shower curtain, no sir. Exactly. Like if I say I swiped right on a Tinder guy, right? And I go to his house and he has no shower curtain, just pole, and he doesn't have the pillowcase skeeves me the fuck out. Okay.
Ew.
No way. Like even when I'm washing my bedspread and comforter, the pillows stay on the table in the corner. I will lay on a bare bed before I ever try to lay and rest my head upon a pillowless pillow, like a pillowless a caseless pillow. Yeah, I'm out. Like excuse me, can I use your restroom? Once I saw that, I know I'm fucked. I need out of this bathroom. And he probably doesn't have the toilet paper on a roll. Like it's probably just sitting, even though the stand is right there. It's probably just sitting.
Yeah.
I don't trust it. King Scarlet.
Hey, babe.
Bought the K-bar. Sorry, everyone who comes in, I'm telling, like, he bought the K-bar. What are your thoughts? The ink disappears with heat. What do you mean?
What is that?
Like it just disappears off my page, like with like a hot breath. Like, what does that mean? It disappears with heat. What is this? Some fucking national fucking treasure shit? You gotta get some lemon juice to depict my writing. I don't like it. Like some cocaine dust, lemon juice, and black light to figure out what the fuck I wrote. I don't want my shit to disappear. Imagine like just me laughing right now but like your hot breath makes everything I just wrote disappear. That would suck, man. Oh no, my N just blew away. Like, no. I'll just keep this shit in my hair. Thank you. And I love I don't know what they're called, like the very smooth pen that like as soon as you touch it glides, but those are the inkiest pens.
Like a gel roller?
Yeah,
or like
I don't know, like the thin tip, but oh damn, my
like
handwriting looks so much better in this type of pen. You know what I mean? Like your handwriting looks neater in that type of pen. But it's an inky pen. It's an inky pen.
So the like gel pens, those are the ones that like you're probably talking about. I like fine point like felt tip markers. I use like a lot of those. Like I have tons of like Sharpie like ultra thin point markers. So like I don't write like front and back on a page because like I write hard and it'll bleed through. So I'm weird.
On the playground during recess, I used to give Milky pen tattoos to the kids.
I have Milky pins. I love Milky pins.
I used to set up shop on the tennis court. I used to have like 4 little designs, flower, butterfly, like heart, and you'd come over, pick your color, and I'd Milky ya. That sounds a little weird, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally do. I used to draw myself too.
Wow. Yeah, ATS. They lined up. There was probably like 3 kids. And sorry, that's a lot for kindergarten. That's a lot. All right. Yeah, like whatever those are, Harlot, those are the ones I like. And it's a very thin tip. I like those. But then I'm a hand dragger. meaning like as I'm writing, my hand drags across the paper, so it looks gorgeous. And then when I lift up, my whole palm is blue or black. I prefer black. But then all of my shit smeared. That's the worst part about those pens.
You like black?
Oh, I fucking hate blue. Black.
Why? What is wrong with blue?
Like black ink. That's it. Don't even question me about it because I don't want to fight about it. My chest already hurts. Black.
Okay. I write in
All
multiple
black.
colors.
No, black. No, here's the weird part. I'm right-handed. Because I'm realizing that probably doesn't make any sense. Why does your hand drag when the writing is to the left? I don't know, but it somehow happens, okay? I'm not a lefty.
How do you do that? Do you tilt your hand?
My hand is tilted, but I think my ring finger and pointy stays out a lot of the times, and it causes... I don't know. All I know is that I have a bunch of ink blotches, and the evidence is literally on my hands.
It's my strong hand.
Yeah, I'm a hand. Take my strong hand, child. Yeah, I don't know, but I fucking hate it, and I've ruined many clothes from it. No, I'm not gonna show you. I hate when the gel pens get on my... Yeah, it gets everywhere. All right. Oh god, my chest really hurts because I got two sets.
What are temp pens 87? I don't even know what you're talking about.
They're temporary pens. They only exist for a moment in time. I do not have a claw. Oh my god. I do not have a claw. I just...
Oh, Temu. Temu pens.
Yeah. Five and Below has great pens too. They have very cute stuff. I love Five and Below. All right. So this is the objection to the state's motion in limine for the AT&T timing advance records. So they want Kohberger's objection is grounded in his rights under the United States Constitution. The state's motion seeks to prevent Kohberger from confronting through a full and fair cross-examination a portion of the case. So this is about the partial alibi, Good night, Wolfie. Well, that's different, Harlot. Don't come at me with like sections and, I get it for organization. You could get Roy G. Biv up in here. But
that's what I do. But you were like, hells to the no.
On a day-to-day, black. But like, if like, let's say I have sections and everything's color-coded, that's different. But I only want to use a black daily pen. You don't have to get it. We don't have to fight about this. I just like a standard black. Okay.
I just thought you were outlining all colored pens, and then you were talking about Milky Way tattoos, and I'm over here thinking, but you colored.
I'm not drawing with candy bars. They're Milky pens, not Milky Ways. Talk about messy fingers. Get a fucking Milky Way, man. That color is splotchy.
The color's brown.
Brown. No, I'll use. I just don't like to use it for daily writing.
Okay.
Like every time me and my mom play Yahtzee, I go for black. She goes for blue. It just works out. I don't like. If I have the choice, I choose black. That's it.
Why the color? What do you mean the colors? There's colors in Yahtzee?
My mom has different color pens.
So I was like,
black.
I think Yahtzee is just black and white dice.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were meaning something else.
No, just to write our scores down black.
Okay.
And she's blue.
My daughter likes to write in pencil everywhere, and it drives me pencil or red pen. Red pen drives me nuts.
Pencil sucks. I'll tell you a story when we get off about what happened recently with a pencil. Look, that sounded weird.
Oh yeah, that's so weird. Okay.
I feel like Heath Ledger. You want me to show you a trick and fucking get my pencil out? It's nothing weird.
I look forward to it. Pencil me in.
Yeah, I'll pencil you in. Oh my god, ow, my chest really hurts. Okay. So, state seeks Kohberger's silence on records produced by AT&T Timing Advance Records. State's motion informs the court TA records were not produced by AT&T Global Legal Demand Center until May 2023. Kohberger agrees with that claim. However, that is only partial information. State is misleading the court in its motion by what it leaves out. When the state is not saying is that the TA records existed at AT&T in November and December 2022. The state has to know this to be true because in April 2024, state produced the actual records from AT&T for cell towers and individual TA records for 2 of the 4 deceased and 1 for a person who had been a person of interest at the beginning of the investigation, as well as over 3,800 people on the cell tower. These records were from November 2022 and were produced in discovery to Kohberger in 2024. It is accurate that AT&T Global Demand Center did not produce TA reports to law enforcement in 2022. The TA reports from AT&T GLDC were not available to state and local law enforcement until June 2023. However, the existence of these reports in this case is direct evidence that these records could be and were provided to law enforcement by AT&T prior to production through GLDC. As such, Kohberger's AT&T TA report from 2022 would not have been provided through AT&T's GLDC. So the reports prior to their availability through GLDC, the state attempting to say the reports were not available until GLDC produced them is nothing more than asking the court for permission to hide the state's failure to disclose Kohberger's AT&T TA report. Depending on how far back the report goes, it will contain exculpatory evidence that will partially corroborate Mr. Kohberger's alibi. Kohberger will provide evidence, testimony, and argument in support of his claim that the state misrepresents the availability of TA records. Go ahead.
Okay.
Were you going to say something?
No, I'm just following it. Like, I'm trying to...
Yep. Exactly, King Scar. It's cherry-picked, a.k.a. how dare you go in and look specifically for knives? That's cherry-picking. You didn't include the Bunsen burner. You know what? Like, what? You didn't include the heatless curler that he ordered for his... What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
I think if he ordered like other items that were like maybe like camping related or hunting related,
yeah,
that would be it. That could be interesting of more of like a, because that could provide context, right? To why somebody might purchase something.
So
but that alone and just other purchases like not in that category, that looks odd.
I have something to say.
You say it.
Sorry, I was excited. They knew specifically when to look for that purchase. Someone told them. They nailed it. March 20th to the 30th, that 10-day window. They knew he had purchased in that window of time. Or else, how else did they go for that? And we know a witness or witnesses are able to confirm Kohberger bought it. They were tipped. How else did they know to look for? How did they know he purchased a K-bar March 20th to the 30th of 2022 via Amazon? But he lived with his parents, his family in Pennsylvania.
USP or sorry, UPS, like maybe shipping. Wasn't there a production for like UPS or something as well?
Do you think the family is on the family plan? And they looked.
Good question.
Came out.
Could they see that?
Mm-hmm. Amazon household.
You could see what others purchased that way, because I can't if I'm sharing with like another adult, but like a child, yeah. But he wasn't really a child at this point.
I don't know if the primary user has access. I think it depends on how your settings are. But either way, let's say that they didn't get access on Amazon versus it was delivered and you've seen it in the house, in your brother's room.
So that
they knew the
warrant.
specific date to look. How
I
did
know,
they
I'm looking at that
mail it?
warrant.
Yeah.
I know. I'm right there with you. I'm just looking at the dates. I'm curious.
No, Nicole, they can't just subpoena Amazon for everyone who's purchased a K-bar. They only got a warrant approved for March 20th to the 30th. And it says when they knew he had purchased K-bar, sheath, and sharpener. And then again for the date, that time period after the murders.
Yeah, so on this document, do you want me to like put in back check and give you the page number? Because this is the warrant.
The relevant part.
Yeah. Okay. So for this part, this was I'm trying to look at the filing. Sorry, the signed and filing dates. So this search warrant was March 26, 2023. And this says that so they're seeking a search warrant. This is to Amazon. Is on the following Amazon accounts for March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022, and November 1st, 2022 through December 6th, 2022. And then they provide the customer name, the customer email, and the shipping phone number to include the customer click activity pertaining to the knives accessories, the payment methods, the items within the cart, any information that's identifiable through devices and software programs. All accounts linked to this target account, and it says it says we command that you provide this property described above to seize it, found and bring it promptly before the court above name. So that right there was the difference between when they initially filed. Yeah, they had like multiple filings on this. It does seem like you're right. Like somebody gave them something, because that's when it started narrowing down. Everything else was targeted like just for that knife number.
They knew the date to look for, the date range to look for, whether that was given by the witnesses we know that they have. That's why I'm leaning more towards someone may have verbally told them, or something else that established this is when you need to look. But I don't know what that would be. But then I'm thinking back again to Anne's argument in her motion in limine, and it was the whole click activity household. How do you know that they didn't look at this? How do you know someone within the same Wi-Fi didn't? You know, like I'm trying to remember hers, and her argument seems to be possibly based around the Amazon household and being able to prove that this particular account purchased this. Versus it could have even been suggested. You know what I mean? Do you remember hers? Good night, ATS.
Good night.
Right, right, Nicole. So that's what I'm saying. Like they knew to look for that time frame, and that's why I'm like, we also know that there are witnesses for the K-bar. And we heard a long time ago in the beginning, his sister tipped them. That's not fact. That's what we heard. Oh no, you're fine, Nicole. Don't apologize. And so I'm trying to okay, making a little hops. The thing that I could make sense of, because he lived in Pennsylvania with his family at that point, March. The murders blow up. I'd like to know, when was that warrant applied for?
Like the initial ones?
The Amazon specifically for those dates.
Hold on. I gotta go back to that one. 1 second.
Because I'm curious, was it after he was charged? Was it before? Was it after? You know, like, I'd like to know the date. We don't know, Hope. We don't know. No, Alicia, it's an active investigation, and he hasn't gone to trial yet.
Hold on. Let me actually, I think it may just be easier of a summation if I just went to the judge's order on the Amazon warrant.
Because I was curious, did they charge him and then that came out after? And the reason I'm asking, when the family found out, right, your brother's charged, is that when they did some digging?
Well, so they're like, when they initially met with him, it said like in February, I was reading earlier that they had like a private meeting with the defense, the prosecution, and went over some of this evidence, and that's when they started like sealing the heck out of everything. And then order on Amazon. Okay. Sorry. 1 second. I'm scrolling.
No, it's okay. Here, I'll continue to read this for the time being. So it says, Kohberger's TA records are different than other records provided in discovery. The records are location data that are accurate in determining the location of a cell phone. TA is a term used in cellular network industry relating to a measurement of time. It measures the time it takes for a radio frequency signal to travel between a mobile device and a base station in a cellular network. TA is required in cellular networks to assign a time slot to a mobile device, allowing it to transmit data so that it doesn't interfere with other devices. Given the signal is traveling at a known speed, the speed of light, it is possible to use timing information to determine the distance of the mobile device from the base station. These measurements can be very accurate. When a mobile device is using multiple cell sites, it is possible to utilize trilateration to determine a very specific location, typically ranging in meters. Essentially, TA records provide a much greater detail of accuracy than regular cell site location information, only providing a cell site and cell sector information. When analyzing a pattern of life associated with a mobile device, like establishing a pattern with Kohberger's, okay, TA can provide accuracy in such detail, it is possible to pinpoint precise travel routes, stagnation, and anomalies within a pattern of life. Law enforcement commonly relies on TA records for this purpose. The methodology and accuracy is supported through established, published, and accepted scientific practices. AT&T was the last of the major providers in the U.S. to produce TA data for law enforcement. The first TA reports AT&T provided to law enforcement were the result of a software program utilized by AT&T from a third party via V Solutions. So V Solutions offered a software solution known as Ares GEO. In using the Ares GEO software, AT&T was able to create and produce TA records for law enforcement, but due to the pricing of the software, it was at a great expense. As a result, only law enforcement agencies were provided access to these reports. The FBI has been the primary agency given access. The TA reports were not common, nor were they created in the normal AT&T ecosystem. Thus, TA reports were not accessible to the GLDC personnel within AT&T. FBI utilized a different legal compliance unit within AT&T to access these TA records. That legal compliance unit is separate from GLDC. When these reports were first made available to the FBI, it was draped in secrecy. As a result, there is little documentation to rely on when detailing with early AT&T TA reports made available to the FBI. AT&T developed a new system outside of the Ares GEO system to produce these records at a fraction of the cost. This cost reduction allowed AT&T to provide these records to state and local law enforcement. As a result, GLDC was given access to TA reports in May 2023 and began providing them to state and local law enforcement in June 2023. The distinction is that AT&T TA records were available to only select law enforcement, specifically the FBI, well before this internal change. So, timing advance information and records in the state's possession. Kohberger is aware of the fact AT&T GLDC did not produce TA reports in 2022. There is no doubt any representative from AT&T GLDC will testify to this fact. Kohberger does not contest this claim. The state is also aware of this, as they did not obtain the current AT&T TA records in their possession through AT&T GLDC. They had to utilize the FBI, who went through a different legal compliance unit within AT&T to obtain these records. At the onset of the investigation, detectives with the Moscow Police Department began obtaining call detail records as part of the investigation. In doing so, they heavily relied on assistance from Special Agent Nick Balance with FBI CAST. This is first documented in email exchanged on the 15th of November 2022. Detectives Lawrence Mowry and Brett Payne were tasked with writing search warrants to AT&T for a number of different requests. On the 15th, Detective Mowry requested verbiage via email from SA Balance in reference to AT&T records. An email string that was produced by the state in discovery contains a very clear amount of SA Balance's knowledge of AT&T TA being available. Balance's email to Mowry states, subject, RE AT&T Tower Dump PDF. Nelos became location database of record, or LOCK-DBOR, a little while back. List that and timing advance, since both are applicable with them now. Nick Balance. In reviewing this email, there is no doubt the email is in reference to AT&T, as it is referenced in the subject line. Additionally, there is an attachment with the email chain that contains the words warrant AT&T. Detective Mowry then forwarded Balance's email to Prosecutor Ashley Jennings. Detective Mowry was informing Prosecutor Jennings of the availability of AT&T TA reports and requesting it to be added to the warrant. In reviewing the AT&T search warrants that were produced over the next few days after this email chain, all of them contain specific verbiage requesting AT&T TA reports, just as recommended by SA Balance. While the above referenced email chain is clear as to the existence, availability, and knowledge of availability to the state regarding AT&T TA reports in November 2022, July 2024, Kohberger received from the state AT&T TA reports from 2022 in reference to this investigation. These TA reports were not for his phone. The state turned over 3 separate AT&T TA reports. All 3 reports contain AT&T TA data from November 2022. In the early phases of this investigation, law enforcement identified 3 AT&T phones of interest. 2 belonged to the deceased, and the 3rd belonged to a person of interest whom law enforcement was investigating as a suspect. Detective Mowry authored an affidavit in support of a search warrant to AT&T issued on the 16th that demanded the AT&T TA records for these phones. All 3 TA reports were produced by AT&T and are currently in the state's possessions. The TA report the state disclosed on other phones is what Kohberger has sought relating to his own phone record. He requested the report through discovery and during a motion to compel. Kohberger is aware and will provide testimony in support that the AT&T timing reports currently in the state's possessions were not provided by the state by AT&T GDLC. The report were produced through another compliance unit within AT&T through the FBI's close relationship with AT&T. Kohberger posits that relying on GLDC stating they did not provide TA reports in 2022 misses the issue at hand. Throughout the discovery process, the state has provided different explanations about TA report availability, but always claiming it was not in their possession. The state obtained search warrants December 2022, where the state sought AT&T TA reports for Kohberger from November 2022. The search warrant for Kohberger's phone data contains identical verbiage as was used requesting TA reports and warrants issued for other AT&T phones in November 2022. The same process of serving the warrant was also followed. MPD obtained the warrant, provided it to FBI Nick Balance, who then provided it to AT&T. The exact same process resulted in TA reports being produced in November was repeated in December. The second AT&T warrant contained a document titled AT&T Mobility Carrier Request Form instructing AT&T to provide TA records for the past 7 days as available. Kohberger has sought TA records related to his own phone and litigated the issue. During the course of litigation, the lead detective testified he had seen Kohberger's timing advance records. Kohberger has documents produced with search warrants that instruct AT&T to provide timing advance data. Discovery documents contain emails about including that request in search warrants because it was available. Kohberger provides those documents as exhibits. Conclusion. Kohberger has a right to confront evidence in the case against him. His constitutional protection means he must be afforded a full and fair opportunity to cross-examine state witnesses. AT&T TA reports are available. The state has produced reports that were prepared before GLDC produced them for law enforcement. TA reports relating to him exist, yet the state has not produced them. The state now seeks to limit his cross-examination and their lack of disclosure by hiding behind half-truths. Kohberger must be allowed to explore the state withholding the evidence.
Wow. Woo. So May 10th, 2023 is when they served the warrant with the conduced dates, Melissa.
When was it?
May 10th, 2023.
There you go.
And in a September 8, 2023 order to seal document, as I read down, it includes that the reasons why they would want to seal this would be 1, interfere with enforcement proceedings, or 2, deprive a person of right fair trial, 3, constitute unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, 4, disclose the identity of a confidential source, and or 5, disclose investigative techniques and procedures. It fall under all those. But that's whenever it did change. And so apparently, Melissa, they applied for the warrant in April of 2026. And then the judge went to approve it, but there was a Scrivener's error. So they got that Scrivener's error fixed and they submitted it on May 10th. And it said that they got their findings. So on June 27, 2023, Douglas received the data. On July 5th of 2023, Lawrence Mowry said that he received an email from Douglas which contained that information, and an inventory was prepared for all the items received.
There you go.
Yeah.
They knew they had additional information and knew how to narrow it down.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to couple with the financial records as well. But I do think maybe you're right. Like, could there have been a source say, I know he got
at that point, especially he was charged. I wouldn't be surprised if family did some digging. It is just weird. And Debly, a motion in limine is basically like a legal request before trial, and it's asking to like exclude certain evidence from being presented. So they're going through all of these motion in limine, going through all these pieces of evidence, the states and the defense, so you have the states, it would be the defense's motion in limine, state's response to the defense, so it's, and saying, hey, I think like this virtual recreation of the house should be thrown out. And the state gets to respond, and the defense gets to respond, and eventually the judge will make his order on whether or not to exclude it before they even go into trial.
Yeah, it helps distract from having like the jury have to take a lot of breaks, and they could kind of, go through the legal stuff ahead of them. Yeah,
and hopes to limit it, like basically to limit the scope of
Sidebars.
Evidence that can be discussed or displayed during the trial. Yeah.
I've definitely seen some cases like that, and it's nuts.
Yeah. No, Nicole Pursley, not at the time of the murder is not the time that we need. Is Silver saying that there's video evidence of him at another location? He has nowhere near the crime. Okay, what's the video evidence of him at another location?
I look forward to seeing this.
But it seems like every time someone comes in and says stuff like that, their next comment is never the answer to my question.
Oh no, I love it.
Wouldn't that be a great? Can you prove, because the fucking defense hasn't even put that forward? Can you tell me where you have seen footage of Bryan Kohberger at another place during the crime, during the time the crime was committed?
I guarantee you he would not be still sitting there right now. He would have gone for a speedy trial.
Yep. Yeah, show us that video, please. But it's amazing that defense didn't even use that in their own alibi. Why would that be? Why would that be if that existed? Ask yourself. I've listened to the latest court transcripts from a YouTuber that uses his resources and time to get them. These are
would that
all
be?
old. What? How did that answer at all? Silver Fox, can your next answer please tell us you stated he was seen. There's video evidence of Bryan Kohberger at another location and he was nowhere near the crime scene at any time and point. Where'd you see that? Because we know where his car was caught on the path of travel, but where was he seen other than the crime scene during the time the murders were committed? That's all I need to hear. A YouTuber. He's got inside sources, right? And High Pointer Lover. Jay Embry, which is hot garbage.
Oh. Gotcha. I've heard of them.
Aw, ATS.
I do.
I guess
I do want to. Go ahead. What?
No, I was waiting for this damn comment, but okay. You do want to what?
I want to know more if, like, his family shared anything. I'm really curious.
I'm leaning towards that because of that one little line, which, shout out Lizzie, thank you for making me scroll up to read that last little line that said witnesses. Oh my God, harlot. Pete, but you know what? Why can't you answer me? Old documents are what you're listening to. Silver Fox, these were released today. These were released hours ago. What do you mean, old documents?
I mean, we have the Idaho case of interest website up. All the documents are there. We're aware.
Do you see this? You see that? A little handy dandy timestamp. Hey, Ava. I just cannot stand when people repeat shit they hear on other channels and that's concerning. That really makes me concerning.
Well, that's been going on.
You don't need to, sorry, but you don't need to spend money. You can't obtain anything right now, Silver Fox. This is going to bother me. One, you have not answered the original very direct question, right? Which I knew you weren't going to. Number two, this was filed today. Today. Well, it wasn't filed today, but it was released today. This was filed 2 days ago and became public today. It's not old. And three, what money is going to obtain this footage of Kohberger? Honestly, Andrea, I don't want to promote that shit in my chat. And it's not your fault. Like, I don't want to repeat somewhere that's potentially spreading misinformation to
Yeah,
send people over to them.
I'm aware that from just I've seen their name mentioned in comments of others, and I mean, honestly, you got to think that there's a lot of local media that strives to at least have a representative at the court, like regardless of what's going on, even if it's closed or open, if they can't get in, just to have some information. And we could also watch anything that has been online and get a transcript of what was said there. But if it's closed, it's closed. We wouldn't have access to that. Unless, like we saw with Judge Hippler, where he ordered that transcription, you know?
So it's convenient you're not answering me, though, right? Let me go back and forth to people in the chat, but not answer the creator herself. You're listening to other creators going over court documents, the same court documents we go line for fucking line with. I'm smearing my fucking hand with ink, writing down every single one we go through, and we don't skip a beat with these, okay? Even the boring ones, it's like, la, 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 la. Okay. What court documents are you listening to, since these are old? I would love to know. And it doesn't seem like going back and forth if you could simply say, oh, well, he was caught. The video footage I claim exists, right? He was caught here at this time on this date. Thank you. I'll go look for that. But you can't even give us that. You know it's dedication when you get inked, for sure.
I mean, maybe they are just behind in the live. I don't know.
I mean, I see people asking the same questions. All right. This is the state's response to the use of the term murder. If you guys remember, we went through this. She doesn't want any derivative of murder. Murdered, murderer at all used. So if you want to read this one.
So weird. Sorry, I was looking at those comments. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through Latah County. They're responding to Kohberger's motion eliminate regarding the use of the term murder. Kohberger asked this court to prohibit the lawyers or witnesses from using the word murder or any form of the word murder. The court should deny the motion. A recent decision from the Idaho Supreme Court is instructive. And in that, it says they prohibited the use of the term victim at trial. The district court denied the motion, and the Idaho Supreme Court affirmed on appeal. The court reasoned that the jury was instructed not to draw any references from that in the term of trial. The court also pointed out that there was no dispute that the victim suffered death from an injurious action of the defendant. Rather, the question was whether the defendant had the capacity to form the requisite intent to commit that. So this sounds like it may be like a self-defense kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So this may not really apply per se. So courts in other jurisdictions use similar reasoning when allowing the prosecution to use the word murder at a murder trial. For example, the Supreme Court of Virginia held a trial court properly allowed the use of the word murder because the jury clearly knew that they were jurors at a murder trial. The question at issue, let's scroll.
Yeah, sorry.
The question at issue was whether the defendant had committed the murder. Again, they just go to another case of not allowing the use of murder and victim because the indictment charged defendant with the first degree murder of somebody. So the jury was fully aware the charge offense was murder and who the alleged victim was. In particular, we fail to see any impropriety in the prosecutor's use of the word murder while conducting a prosecution for second degree murder.
I'm sorry. Can I not have to type this all out and just say, you see, Silver Fox, you are jumping around and making a lot of claims and giving zero reference to a source. So they also said the DoorDash delivery driver was never found either. DoorDash never delivered to the address on the night. Just wait for trial. We'll all come out in the light. Or for the two massive things you just put in my chat, can you give a source real quickly? Can you point us in that direction instead of acting like, oh, you're just not smart enough to see it? Just give me a fucking source and I'll go look at it, right? I'm going through an old document. Show me so I can go and educate myself. I would like to see it. I'm totally open to it, but you gotta give me something to go look at, not just state it. Okay, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
That's right, J. Rose. That's right.
All right, let's keep going. So the question issue, I already read all this. Sorry, I had to scroll. Here, the state's use of the word murder will not unfairly prejudice Kohberger. The indictment charges Kohberger. Indictment charges Mr. Kohberger with 4 counts of murder in the first degree, and the jury will be told as much immediately after the trial begins. The jury will also be instructed as to the presumption of innocence told.
Nah, you could go over to bullshit and untransparency for that type of shit, Silver Fox. Sorry. We're not accusing innocent people in here.
Their decision must be based on the evidence and instructed that arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. Moreover, considering the evidence that will be presented at trial and the defense's theory, there is no dispute that 4 murders occurred. The question for the jury will be whether the defendant committed the 4 murders. The defendant's position is that he was not present when the murders occurred. See notice for the alibi. It says stating the defendant was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, as he often did to hike and run and or see the moon and stars. The defendant is not arguing self-defense. See, that's what I was thinking earlier.
Yep.
Or a lesser included form of homicide. On the other hand, the state will be prejudiced if it cannot use the word murder, given the 4 first-degree murder charges and closing arguments. For example, both parties are generally given wide latitude in making their argument to the jury and discussing the evidence and inferences to be made therefrom. The state, like the defense, is allowed to utilize the law as set forth in jury instructions and the evidence admitted during trial. Forcing the state to refer to the alleged crimes as anything other than what the jury instructions, law, and the indictment states would be prejudice to the state. The defendant cites no authority that prohibits the state from using the word murder, which is reason enough to deny this motion. So just kind of quote some more state law. Instead, he attempts to stretch the evidentiary rules on experts to apply to the prosecutors. Those rules prohibit the use of the word murder in the Kohberger's view. I gotta scroll.
Thank you, Lady Evan D. Free Wade plus a Jade, because dead row. Thank you. Okay, there we go.
So Mr. Kohberger's view, because the state's use of the word murder would reveal the prosecutor's personal belief that Kohberger committed the murder, but the mere use of the word murder implies at most that 1 or more murders occurred. And as explained above, there is no dispute that 4 murders occurred. Furthermore, it is explicit statements of the personal opinions of the Idaho Supreme Court that's instructed prosecutors to avoid. A prosecutor cannot avoid implicit indications of opinion. So this says, we observe there is little practical difference between a statement that begins, the evidence shows blank, and a statement that begins, I believe the evidence shows blank. In the former, the prosecuting attorney's opinion is implicit because presumably she would not say the evidence shows something that she does not believe it shows, while in the latter, the prosecuting attorney's opinion is explicit. Nevertheless, there is nothing to be gained from a first-person expression of this sort, and it is best avoided. In Idaho, it would, of course, be improper for the state to say at any point during the trial, I believe this is the murder weapon, but not because of the word murder. For all of these reasons, the court should deny the defendant's request for the state to refrain from using the word murder during a lengthy murder trial. Respectfully submitted this day of March 17th, 2025.
Mm.
Any thoughts on that?
I think that when it comes to Kohberger, they shouldn't be able to use murderer with him.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
I don't think to any derivative of the word murdered. I think that takes away from the victims. Okay, you want to use homicide? They were victims of homicides. Okay, you're just. I think a middle ground can be reached.
Right. I agree with you.
Where do I have it? Okay, I guess I have it unlisted. Hold on. Yes, Andrea, and I'm about to prove that because we fucking put this out a long time ago. And proved this a long time ago. And thank
for
you,
that,
Jack.
And for that person like debating the stuff with the DoorDash driver, like, please go look at the Idaho cases of interest because there are multiple warrants for DoorDash. Like, they've obviously, law enforcement's been in contact with DoorDash. There's no hiding it.
And they came forward on their own. They came forward on their own. Okay, here, I'm going to show you. Wow, pulling it out. Over 2 years ago, uploaded this. This was on January 16th, 2023. And thank you so much, Jack. Okay. This was
what are you showing?
Oh, crap. My OG DoorDash video. Use this
sweet.
to debunk this shit back then. I'll bring it back today. This was recreated at the exact same time for the same address as the night of the murders to get an idea of, okay, it can't just be any night. It has to be a Saturday night, early morning Sunday at that specific time to the King Road house, okay? And you will see the two available options to get food were Jack in the Box and Taco Bell. And as you can see, at that point, it would have been a 63-minute. So it also could give you an idea, roughly, of how long it would have took between ordering it to delivery. And this was a 63 minutes for Jack in the Box and 68 minutes for Taco Bell, which were actually located right across the street from one another. As you'll be able to see, all of the other options were closed. So I forgot I have to slow it down. You're going to see Jack in the Box active, Taco Bell active, right? And then you're going to see Walgreens delivers by 9:20 a.m. Schedule ahead. Florals and Gifts by Albertsons delivers Monday 10:20 a.m. Nom Nom Convenience delivers by 8:10 a.m. the next morning. Pets Are People, Bed Bath & Beyond. There are 2 active places that deliver to that house early morning hours of Sundays, and that is Jack in the Box and Taco Bell. So don't say there was no option for DoorDash at that time. Yes, there is.
I like that.
Well, and I think she also, clicks on. So you can see it's in the expanded range delivery because it was 7.8 miles from 1122 King Road. Okay. Delivery, 56-minute delivery time. And again, this was on at the same time. I don't know if she did it like 3 or 4 a.m. Early on Sunday morning, but recreated everything to the murders. It was Wolfie who recorded it. And you can see Jack in the Box open 310 Northeast Stadium Way, Pullman. It shows, see, See this? Okay.
Mhm.
Sunday today, because she did it early in the morning hours. That was Jack in the Box. Now let's do Taco Bell.
I think it was Jack in a Box. That's just my opinion
Yes.
on the two.
I agree. Same thing, 67-minute delivery time with the expanded range because it's 7.7 miles. Open. Okay. Everything else is closed. I think I could speed it up now. Not active. You can't click on anything besides those two. And that's what happened right as it turned, I think, like the last time you could place the order is like 2:45, which again, a 67, 68-minute delivery time. What time would that arrive around, Shay?
Around 4.
Around 4 a.m. Okay. And then as soon as it becomes like a minute after, this is what you'll see, like unavailable delivery. See?
Mm. Do you think that the perpetrator realized that a DoorDash was being delivered or not? I know we've gone back and forth on that. And I know that there was apparently like a search warrant or something that like turned up another phone number or account that maybe people would use for if they are doing DoorDash deliveries. I've always wondered if Bryan ever did that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not like this delivery, but had he ever done that before, you know, to have like a different phone number?
By Silver Fox, maybe you could opt out of receiving membership gifts so we don't have to worry about it being wasted. No, it's not cool at all. And I love people like you, honestly, who you can't argue with the receipts, right? You have to argue with a bunch of it's disinformation. It's not even misinformation, it's disinformation. And if you really stood on it and you could point us in that direction, come on up, click a link, show me, bring me through the steps, go through the receipts, show me the court documents. You shouldn't have to tell me another YouTuber's name. You should be able to show me these court documents you said existed, but don't come in my chat and start claiming things and stating things as fact and have absolutely no receipts to back it up, but then basically say, hey, you're not smart enough to see it for what it is. Fuck out of here. Okay, I
also find it like disappointing that I get like if you don't think it's Bryan or you think it's someone else, but like where is your line for justice for the victims? Like it seems like it's more about blaming other innocent people instead of trying to get justice for these victims. And I mean, the evidence is mounting. Like, how can you ignore it?
Oh, and thank you, Mallory. I'm sorry I didn't see your super sticker. Thank you so much, hon. Yeah, there's Wolfie. She did this so long ago. I know, I remember. I tried to pull it from my memory, but it was over 2 years ago we went through that. But I think there's a serious problem with sitting there and being so easily willing to push your basic saying it's the victim's parents. Shame on you, honestly. Like, especially not just to throw that out there, but to throw that out there with no fucking receipts. It's gross.
Yeah. And I think too that's also, it's relevant to think too that I couldn't imagine that friends of the victims or say that stuff was getting shared within like the sororities and fraternities, like people had that theory back then Well, you have Ethan's triplet siblings that are part of that Greek system.
Yep.
You think that they would hide from their parents that their loved one is gone? Like, no, like some of this stuff just is reaching.
You shouldn't have to jump through a bunch of hoops and bend to make it fit, guys. And guess what? Two things can be true at the same time. And when I say that, I'm not necessarily saying that regarding this case specifically versus in general. So people can have their own criminal record and have nothing to do with this crime, right? People can have their own past, or this could be like, hey, well, that's, or even like the Bryan Kohberger. We went deep with this Bryan Kohberger situation too. Hey, that could be coincidental and shady on its own and have nothing to do with this murder, like the quadruple homicide. You know what I mean? Like, people need to accept two things can be true and exist in the universe at the same time. So just because you show, hey, look at this person's sketchy past, doesn't mean it correlates at all to the murder. You're being confirmation biased.
Yeah, and put yourself in, their shoes. If you had a criminal background and you knew somebody that lost their life, would you want to just be associated by your criminal background, or let other evidence lead to who the perpetrator is? It's not fair.
I think what people are, and honestly, it's starting to get really fucking gross. It's been gross. That's why we chilled out once he waived his right to a speedy trial. And we're like, we're going to cover this once information starts to come out again. But what people are doing around this case is disgusting. It's disgusting.
I don't think, Melissa, sorry, I don't think that people realize, if you haven't like watched your coverage on your channel, that it was all about the case when breaking happened, to as information's come out, to we like conspiracies, right, Melissa? Like, I like to see if something is plausible or debunk it, and we've debunked so much stuff, and I don't think people realize that. And it wasn't trying to do it in a bullish way, as it was trying to like work through the noise and get to the facts.
We covered this case from day one, and then the coverage turned into debunking. And not, like Shay said, not to be dicks, versus the information going around was insane. And we tried to keep it as factual as it can. And that doesn't mean only acknowledging facts that are against Bryan, because at a period of time, we didn't know it was Bryan. It was going through everything. People were so adamant it was Jack too, right? So adamant until it wasn't, until it was Demetrius and Emma, right? Oh, and then you were so adamant that it was the tunnels underneath the fucking house, right? And then it was the DoorDash driver is Bryan, right? Like, we went through one, everyone was so fucking adamant, then get into the whole disrespect that happened to Dylan, who was really trans, and whole Xana and Ethan, Xana was Ethan's beard. Oh, I remember it all. It's disgusting. And now that it's just actual black and white court documents, which I totally acknowledge, there are conspiracies that are legit. There are cover-ups. There are false flags, 100%. But when that happens, there's a paper trail. There are things that you could point at that will not fucking add up, and you can follow along with it. You can't just start to fucking spit shit out. And then when anybody asks you for a direct answer, right? Point me, if you're going to state something, just point me, show me. But you could never do that. That's a problem. And that's what makes me terrified for juries, honestly, because it's made up of all these people. And you have no idea who you're going to get.
Right.
Are there Kohberger cuckoo? KV, it is, here's the problem, and we said this 2 years ago. People already have it in their mind whether he's guilty or not guilty. And it does not matter if, just like we found out, there's a fucking K-bar he bought, right? Okay, it's still not saying 100% he's guilty, but it doesn't matter if they end up catching him on fucking footage walking into that house and he's clear as day. People will still say it ain't legit, they framed him. That's a problem. And that's where people are at with this case.
Right.
freaking
It's-
cartel tunnels. It was insane. Do you remember oh my god, the fucking tunnels and the footage?
Well,
And Rory
yeah.
fucking took that from an actual. Oh, we did all that debunking, man.
the the
Backpack.
yes, the brush with the tooth.
The brush of the tooth, yes. And then the Tommy, right? Hey, we're gonna have this inside source, dude. It's your panel guest. Are you fucking kidding me? They've been out of hand, King Scarlet, and that's what like. I'm not trying to sit on the side where he's guilty. Like, I'm not trying to convince anyone he's guilty. Again,
No.
I'm leaning towards guilt. That's just my perspective. But if we're going to have a debate, can't we do it with actual facts, not a bunch of conspiracies? I would love that. I would love to have that conversation. But we get silver foxes. That's who we get. No.
But not once have I seen a tunnel in a court document. Like, show me where tunnel is in there and I will go down that tunnel with you.
Right.
Like, come up with some conspiracy that's like in some of the court docs. It's just weird.
Well,
and then people, like when the
in,
house was destroyed, they're like looking to see if there's
Yeah.
tunnels under the ground. Like, it was nuts.
Yeah. Well, and exactly, you know, the owner of the Mad Greek, the whole Mad Greek, dude, they tore people up. But if you're going to come in and say, well, hey, you're going through old documents that were released today, and then say that this footage of Kohberger, and what the problem is that people believe it. You'll come in and you'll state something. That's why I do not like things being stated in my chat like that, because people will click on, will see it, and then they repeat it. And not everyone has bad intentions versus a lot of people do take what they hear on as a chat from a channel creator seriously, versus there's no difference between us and you guys. And it sucks, but majority of creators clickbait. Majority of creators say that they have something that they don't have. Or guess what? I could tell you I have an inside source right now that told me X, Y, and Z. Doesn't mean I have an inside source. How the fuck would you guys know? You know, like that's why you really have to establish the credibility of a creator. Have they been correct in the past when they said they had inside sources? Like, what's their history? And then still don't take anything as fact. Do your own research. But people, when they want there to be a conspiracy, you don't want him to be guilty, that you're only willing to accept information that confirms your bias. That's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the fact that like all of this stuff gets back to the families too. We saw that firsthand, Melissa, when we went through the leaked messages, you know. It's just really disappointing because I think this case has captivated so many. It has caused a lot of tangled like webs that are weaved and trolls that pop up and still are around, just tumbleweeding around.
Yep, tumbleweeding.
And this,
right.
and that whole text message thing, I was like, please don't breathe a life into it.
I'm not, but you know, like, hey, I always was open. You know, I was that there was a small truth underneath all of those web of lies, which there normally is a tiny truth. And I wasn't against the possibility that there was a Snapchat group, just wasn't what she ended up ultimately going with it, you know?
Right. Well, it was on top of that, the letter that they wrote to another creator, and then also like just, you know, whenever you were asked like, well, did you or your child, you know,
see it ever
or speak to law enforcement, and you said no.
So which tells me again, because we know that she is who she says she is, that there's a chance she may have heard that this was what went down, repeated it to mom, and then mom evolved the story to be relevant, right? But here I definitely want to take I'll listen to this new interview that Shay had sent, and then I guess we'll close it out. It's 4 hours. Kimball weeding along, man. I still have that saved.
I love that one.
I know.
Rolling.
Yeah, Kimball weeding, man. Yes. Okay. And I do believe all of them should be in. I agree, absolutely. And context matters. It matters. So don't show me necessarily like, okay, on Instagram. Okay, what was she doing on Instagram? You know, like, was she reaching out? and doing calls through there, like reach. I don't know. Context does matter though, but I do agree it should all be relevant. But Anne is trying to argue that the other part shouldn't because of the whole impressions and excitement parts of it. But all right, this was just released, and this is Steve Goncalves on Ashley Banfield News Nation. It feels so good to see the truth out. So let's take a listen.
Steve lost his daughter, Kaylee, that tragic morning. We've talked a lot, Steve, over the course of this last 2.5 years, and it's been hard on you more than anybody, just with the gag order and hearing things that make you think there was a chance that maybe Bryan Kohberger could beat the rap. You saw what I saw. You saw what Brian Enton just laid out. There is a knife purchase, there is a sheath purchase, a sharpener, and that selfie and that map. Tell me your thoughts as you see all this new evidence come out.
What map?
We've been sitting on this one a little.
I guess we didn't get to that. A map. We didn't get to that one.
Do you want me to grab the clip real quick with Brian Enton, or?
Okay.
All right, I have it. Do you want me to put it in back chat?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
As you see all this new evidence come out.
We've been sitting on this one a little while. I'm glad. I mean, finally. I've always felt like anything coming out of the court that any of the fact finders are going to have to see is the safest thing in the world to show. What could mess this up is a jury hearing all these YouTube people that just make up stuff and call speculation. Speculation is just another word for lying, creative lying or storytelling. But these are facts. So I don't know why we're 2.5 years into this trial or into this process that we're finally letting out the facts. But man, it feels good. It feels good to see the true fact and all the work and everything that these guys have done. I just wish we didn't have to wait 2.5 years to see it.
The detail is remarkable, and the photograph of Bryan Kohberger in front of a shower at 10:31 a.m., seemingly very proud. When was the first time you saw that?
Just a few hours ago.
Wow.
That's an FU to Idaho. I just went into your state. I just killed your kids in their beds, and you're not going to catch me. I'm just going to shout.
Oh, oof, sorry. I have to pause because that must be really hard to see as the victim's parents.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And that's what it seems like. You guys, again, he had driven back. It was about 9. I have to go to the PCA about 9:18, I feel like, a.m. And then driven back to his apartment. So that would have been right after he had taken the trip back there and saw no police activity, no vandal alert yet, nothing. And I think that this was him because I think he was convinced they were already en route because I think he saw Dylan. Holy shit. Nobody's even, fucking cops aren't even there yet. And he's good. That's how I take that.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that.
Kids in their beds, and you're not going to catch me. I'm just going to shower up here, clean off the last bit of the evidence, probably take this shower curtain. Who knows where that's at? But that's a challenge to Idaho. So I hope everyone from Idaho is paying attention, and we need to bring everything at this guy.
Were you at all made aware that this massive document dump was about to happen tonight, and that we'd see the map, how many times the white Elantra was seen in front of your daughter's house, that we'd see that photograph, that we'd see the evidence, the purchase order for the K-bar knife sheath and the sharpener? Did you know this was coming?
I didn't know when it was coming, but I've seen some of this footage before. I would suspect even the officers seen some of the stuff. So I know how powerful it is. I know how good it is. I had no clue who I was looking at. I had no clue what I was looking at. I just seen cars. I seen a white Elantra. I seen it go come and go. I didn't know what I was looking at. I didn't even know what the time of the crime line was, but it's just hard to sit on the truth for so many years and be told that you need to do everything to help the person who killed your daughter. You're supposed to help him. And it's like, yeah, it's very frustrating because I just want the truth out and I want people to see what the truth is. Stop listening to these idiots that think, speculation is evidence. It's not. It's absolutely not. What's coming out of the courtroom right now is evidence. And the fact finders, they'll decide if it's one way or the other, but it's still facts.
I'll go one further. This is some of the strongest evidence I've seen yet since they found the sheath and since they found the DNA on the sheath matched Bryan Kohberger. I thought of you immediately, Steve. I thought, man, this is going to be good news for him because all you want is a case that's strong. Am I wrong in what I imagined you'd feel like?
Yeah. We were torn when this all happened, but I really wanted to embrace and love the community that I'm a part of. I wanted to say that we did everything right and we got the right guy. But then we just, this whole process, and I don't understand it, guys. I'm just a dad trying to rage through this to figure out how to get justice for his daughter. No, nothing holding me back. No rules, no nothing. I'm just trying to get the evidence and the truth for my daughter. So that's what I was doing. But now, 2.5 years later, I've learned there's an order of things and all this stuff, but it feels good to show and highlight all the hard work that the FBI did and Moscow Police Department. It feels good to see that, and it's just a little puzzling why we had to wait so long, But it feels like we're finally getting there, and some of these trolls can go find the bridge that they came from and return to it.
Thanks for watching. Go to join.
Okay, hold on. And thank you, FOS all day. Do you know if he tried covering his license plate? I would think he did because they only say the white Elantra, not his car specifically. He didn't have a front license plate because it was registered to Pennsylvania and they only need one license plate.
Mm-hmm.
But that also actually made it more identifiable. Okay, so hold on.
Senior national correspondent Brian Enton, who's been covering this case since the very beginning. Brian, I know that literally up until this moment, you have been going through these court docs, and I think you're still going through them. So there may be more shoes to drop, but let's start with what we know. And let's just start with that K-bar knife because, I felt like the biggest moment in this case was that they found the knife sheath. And then the second biggest moment was that they figured out DNA on the snap, that little spot here on the knife sheath, the thing that snaps it shut. That's where that little tiny speck of
who gave Ashley Banfield a K-bar?
Probably Wolfie.
What? Well, she just pulled that out. How the fuck do you just pull that out of nowhere? Oh my God. Jeez. And I'm a visual person, but I don't trust Ashley Banfield with that. Put that thing down, ma'am. You're gonna hurt yourself. Do you see how fast she whipped it out? Look.
I think this moment was that they figured out DNA on the snap, that little spot here on the knife sheath, the thing that snaps it shut. That's where that little tiny speck of DNA was, and that it matched Bryan Kohberger.
No, Ashley. It was on the inside. Sorry.
She doesn't get the shit right. Do you see how big that is, guys?
It's
see
huge.
How big? Yeah.
That's where that little tiny speck of DNA was, and that it matched Bryan Kohberger. But now we have him in court documents from Amazon buying a K-bar knife, a sheath, and a sharpener.
Yeah, more than 100 pages of court documents came out just within the last couple of hours, and this was buried in the documents. And you mentioned it. I mean, this is a massive deal. This is a huge, huge piece of evidence, something very, very helpful to the prosecution. They are saying that between March 20th and March 30th of 2022, so that would be about 8 months before the murders happened, that Bryan Kohberger, through his Amazon account, bought the K-bar knife, bought the sheath, and also bought a sharpener.
So what I thought was also interesting, and I may be, superimposing my thoughts over their documents here, but
Don't
it felt
you do
to
it,
me that
Ashley.
the prosecution
Do
was
it.
making its case by saying we did not cherry pick. We didn't cherry pick anything. What we did was we found a purchase of what was a murder weapon, similar to a murder weapon and a sheath. And also, we looked at other activity, and never did he seem to be a hunter. Never did he seem to be a fisherman buying this stuff all the time. It seemed to be just this one time that he bought this kind of weapon.
Yeah, they looked at all of the activity, all of the Amazon activity for several different time periods leading up to the murders. And what's interesting is the way we found this out is there's filings going back and forth between the defense and the prosecution, because the defense is trying to get a lot of this Amazon information and Amazon activity thrown out. Obviously, I mean, now we know why. It's damning to Bryan Kohberger. So they've been saying, hey, the state is cherry picking, some of this stuff shouldn't be included. And in those filings back and forth, that's where this massive tidbit was, right, buried in the documents, that Bryan Kohberger had bought the knife sheath on Amazon.
Sure, we'll be interested to find out what his answers are to where is that knife that you proudly bought. It wasn't in any of, well, we don't know, but I didn't see it on a manifest of any of the search warrants at his apartment or in Pennsylvania. I didn't see a K-bar knife, a knife sharpener, or a knife sheath in anything that they were able to seize from all the places that they searched of his. So it would be interesting if this had nothing to do with anything, then where's your precious K-bar knife that you spent all that money on, on Amazon back in March? And he, better have a pretty good answer for that. Let me jump to that selfie. It just sent chills down my spine to see him showered up and giving the thumbs up and being super proud, looking freshly washed right in front of the shower. And this was exactly at, was it 10:39, that photograph that was taken?
10:31 a.m.
10:31.
November 13th. So the day of the murders. The murders happened sometime around 4 a.m. This is 10:31 a.m. I was looking at it really closely. It looks like maybe he's in the bathroom, like in front of a shower.
No shit.
If you look closely. And this again was just sort of buried in these new court documents. We haven't really seen photos of him like this.
What gave it away? The fucking shower head? Come on, News Daddy.
Before, but they recovered this photo from his phone. And the reason that the prosecution is so interested in this photo is because of roommate Dylan's account that he had, that whoever came into their home had bushy eyebrows. That was one of the main things that she said. So this is apparently the photo closest to that time period of when the murders happened. And the prosecution wants to use this photo at.
Yeah.
This is when BK could, take a little bit of lessons from Wade and start pulling out your eyebrows.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. It was funny as hell. Yeah. I go all Wade a kiss on him.
Yeah, man.
It's funny.
Trial to show the jury so they can look at this picture for themselves and decide whether or not, he's got bushy eyebrows.
Wow, super clever, right? Prosecutors can say, this is 10:30 in the morning, and look at the bushy eyebrows that, couldn't have possibly been plucked 6 hours before if this is the guy that Dylan saw. But, there's the double entendre here, and that is he is freshly showered and proud. Why? 6 hours after the murders and an hour and a half prior to the 911 call even being placed. This
an hour, not even, after he got back. Ashley, say it. Hello.
Oh, I did get that time for you.
Thank you. 9:18. What was it?
It was, he said, provide coverage to the King Road residents between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m. And that he was back at his home at approximately 9:32 a.m.
Yep. There you go. Less than
an hour after.
An hour after. There you go. That's what I think this is. Holy shit,
I could see why Steve felt that way, though,
Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And honestly, as much as the bushy eyebrows, there's all been a lot of jokes. When I look at his face, I am drawn to his deep sunken in eyes, and his eyebrows are prominent. Mm-hmm. Especially if the rest of them were covered, like the rest of his face was majority covered.
But I think that that's like that whole point is that, like, what else would you be able to look at, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, at least like if he's the one, got a good description.
Well, this is also what I was thinking, and especially if she saw one, if he was turning that corner and you get somewhat of a side profile, those are very thick. I don't know how to explain it. Like when you look from the side, they probably puff out more, you know, like, and they would be prominent. You could even see it like right here. You know what I mean? Like if he was to the side, you would absolutely see those hairs. Because I often look at male eyebrows and I think, you know, like, damn, like they're like very long eyebrows. You know, men have like very wispy eyebrows. I don't know. Yeah, protruding. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his brow ridge is very pronounced. Yes.
It's like, I don't know. They're furry to me.
Yeah.
And an hour and a half prior to the 911 call even being placed, this is the photo he is taking of himself in front of the shower.
Thanks for watching. Go to
especially in the dark or with any light source at all, kind of behind him, you know, whatever, it would help almost through the hairs. I know that sounds silly. I don't know how to explain it, but like they would be seen. Yeah, he's very pale. And oh my God, I'm not going to be able to like control myself to even not open this, and I cannot read
it's 51 pages.
I know it's 51 pages, but I want to at least, and I'm like, it's 4.5 hours in, but I'm like, I need to at least like kind of scroll through this like real quickly because this is, and we'll do a deeper dive into this on the next live because we have so many, guys. There's so many to go through, but this is the map, and this is regarding the make and model of suspect. So facts, right? Pain attached exhibit. Okay. Found 4 deceased individuals. Okay. So she woke up around 4 a.m. by noises. Investigators were able to obtain surveillance footage from 1112. The residence immediately northwest. Okay. That video surveillance picked up audio of voices or whimper, followed by a loud thud, in addition to dog barking starting at 4:17, right when he's seen leaving at a high rate of speed. So she reported Dylan at the time she saw an unknown male in the residence walking towards the rear exit of the residence. White sedan entering the crime scene around 4:04 a.m. White sedan is seen departing the crime scene around 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Based on this information, investigators found on identifying the make and model of the white sedan, the suspect vehicle is seen at 1112 King Road surveillance prior to homicides, making 3 initial passes by the crime scene before entering for a 4th and final time, 3:30 a.m., 3:33 a.m., 3:38, 3:40, 3:56 a.m., 3:58 a.m., and then 4:04 a.m. So circling back around to do I think he knew the DoorDash, I think that the surrounding area wouldn't have been too many vehicles. So I struggle to think he was doing all these passes and didn't see another vehicle, let alone stopping at the house that he is stalking, you know?
Yeah. And actually, I just so you know, I did look down. This document isn't that long, but it has the affidavit exhibit A, attached to it. And then it also has the FBI's pin locations for this. Just so you know.
So video was also captured of the suspect vehicle. You hear this? What was his name? Silver Fox. Video surveillance capturing the suspect vehicle collected at additional places near the crime scene prior to homicides. 1311 South Main Street, Sunset Mart, 3:28 a.m. 1125 Ridge Road, quarter of a mile, 3:29 a.m. And at 4:01 a.m. Linda Lane, 0.2 miles, 3:29 a.m. 1330 Linda Lane, 0.3 miles, 3:30 a.m., 3:39 a.m., 3:56 a.m., 4:05 a.m., and 4:07 a.m.
Wow.
4:07 a.m. Xana 412. Xana was scrolling on TikTok at 412, right?
412, yeah. That's what was estimated.
451 Paradise Drive, a half mile from crime scene, 3:35 a.m., 3:48 a.m. FBI report of Special Agent Rob Hill. attach those exhibits, Google Maps. Investigators were able to review and determine the route of travel. Investigators provided video footage to the FBI to determine the year, make, model.
Mm-hmm.
They reviewed multiple videos and still images. Multiple submissions of media were reviewed independently and collectively to identify the question's vehicle, make, model, and year. Of those videos, the 1125 Ridge Road video provided a clear view of the suspect vehicle.
Yeah.
So make, model, chart number 3 attached. ML was able to compare this video to the video from 1112 King Road. This video was captured at 4:01 a.m., approximately 3 minutes prior to suspect vehicle entering the crime scene at 4:04 a.m. Questioned vehicle on 1112. In Mel's opinion, the questioned vehicle shares similar class characteristics with a fifth-generation Hyundai Elantra between 2014 and 16. Similar class characteristics include, but are not limited to, overall body style, window configuration, front grille configuration. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the 2015 Hyundai Elantra registered to Kohberger at the time of homicides. Washington vehicle registration records attached. So the argument is the state's expert regarding vehicle information should be allowed to explain to the jury his opinion that the suspect vehicle on 1112 King Road surveillance shares those characteristics to a fifth-generation Hyundai Elantra between 14 and 15. The suspect vehicle was identified from surveillance footage from the area of the crime scene.
So you're oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
As I say, you remember how it was like they just provided those like 2 screenshots from 1112.
Mm-hmm.
It's really interesting to see like the state's response. It seems a lot more expansive.
A lot more. Yep. Kohberger claims that the suspect vehicle was not identified from surveillance footage in the area of 1122. So this is simply not true. As stated in the report, multiple submissions of media were reviewed independently and collectively to identify the question's vehicle, make, model, and year. Kohberger's vehicle was picked up on multiple occasions, at least 6 separate locations, all within a half a mile from the crime scene, immediately preceding the crimes, less than 1 hour, indicated below. Okay, wow. So here we have the King Road house here, guys. So here at 11:18, 3:30, 3:33, 3:30. Wow. Linda Lane, 329. Crime scenes right here. Look at all these. Wow. 1125 Ridge, this is where they got that clear shot. 1129 and 4:01 a.m. He was circling. And then 1311 South Main, Sunset Mart, 3:28 a.m. And then Paradise Drive, 3:35, 3:48. He was... What was he waiting for? The lights to turn off? Did she get that DoorDash order and shut it outside? Like, I have so many questions. So the videos capture footage in the middle of the night from approximately 3:35 a.m. to 4:07 a.m. when there is light vehicle traffic. From review of the videos, investigators were able to determine the suspect's vehicle path of travel based on the witness direction of travel associated with the timestamps. From the review of the 1125 Ridge Road video, which is the one that is a clear shot of him, admittedly provides the best view of suspect vehicle. Investigators were able to determine that the suspect vehicle shared similar characteristics. Again, the video was taken at 4:01 a.m., approximately 0.3 miles from the crime scene. Based on the 1125 Ridge Road surveillance and the other video surveillance, investigators determined the suspect's path of travel. There you are. Okay, so he would have been, no, over here, coming around. Wow, man. And he would have been basically just kind of going in a big circle, bouncing around, bouncing around. What was he waiting for? It takes approximately 3 minutes to travel from 1125 Ridge Road to 1112 King Road. A logical application means the vehicle is the same vehicle on 1112 King Road at 4:04. This same line of reasoning can be applied to other surveillance videos. State should be able to introduce all video surveillance surrounding the crime scene preceding the homicides. State's expert should be able to opine based on his analysis and the surrounding circumstances that the surveillance is picking up the same suspect vehicle. 2, there does not need to be continuous footage for this evidence to be admissible. Defense argues there is no continuous footage linking the vehicle at 1112 King Road from the Ridge Road. Defendant's motion. Defendant argues appears to suggest that every single business and residence surrounding the crime scene did not have video surveillance, that the state should be precluded from introducing this evidence. This is illogical, meaning like there's no continuous footage that could actually show it's the same vehicle. Come on. As argued above, the state should be able to introduce all captured video surveillance surrounding the crime scene preceding the homicide. State's expert should be able to opine based on his analysis and the surrounding circumstances that surveillance is picking up the same suspect vehicle. So this opinion would not be speculative as argued, but instead based on logical, educated inferences from review of the surveillance videos, including observed traffic flow, direction of travel, and timestamps. So the identification of the suspect vehicle is relevant and admissible. It is clear that Kohberger owned a 2015 Hyundai Elantra at the time of the homicides. Defendant fails to show this evidence is unfair, confusing, misleading, caused delay, cumulative, and the probative value substantially outweighed. So the state anticipates Mr. Amell will testify in accordance with his expert opinion at trial. That's just like his opinion of it. Where you keep going? In conclusion, the state respectfully requests this deny the defense motion rule. Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're okay.
My headphones died, and when I tried to plug in my other AirPods to the computer, it would I could hear you, but my microphone wasn't working, so I just went in through my phone. I was like, fuck it. Sorry.
No, you're fine. So this is the affidavit, the original maps.
The FBI little tidbits looked kind of cool. I didn't really read it, but I was just trying to see how far it would go.
Extensive canvas, the review of other leads. Additionally, a subject was identified as Bryan Kohberger. The below noted camera locations were checked for their timestamp accuracy as compared to actual current time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, time accurate. Camera time approximately 1 minute and 43 seconds behind local time. Camera time accurate. That's good. The Ridge Road one. Linda Lane. Camera time approximately 5 seconds behind local time. Camera time accurate. Okay. For visual representation of the sightings listed below, maps have been provided. Sightings in Moscow. Okay, so it's just going over those exact sightings. 3:26 a.m. Indian Hills. Yeah, that's exactly what they already showed us. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Wait, hold on. No, wait.
It's just showing what's particular in each camera.
Yeah. Okay. A vehicle matching the description travels along, then turns. Okay. Headlights briefly shine on upper exterior, indicating a vehicle turning north. Okay. And I think it's amazing that Anne's not even arguing that's him with the ones she can't argue, but she's trying to say, no, it's not him on the ones that you can't get a clear picture. Come on.
Right.
But he was nowhere near the crime scene, right?
Well, it developed because once the Ridge Road one came out, it was a different story. And it's like, what are the odds? You have Hyundai Elantra driving around the crime scene at the same time, but your DNA's on the sheath, but that other person in the white Elantra, theirs isn't.
Okay. 4:07 a.m. Last time it's seen. Headlights of a vehicle turning north onto Queen Road briefly shine on exterior of 1127 King Road. There is no subsequent vehicle activity captured for approximately 13 minutes after these headlights are seen. 13 minutes? Shay.
That's how long it took to do the crime.
But it was less than 10. 4:20. Vehicle matching the description. Travels westbound on Queen Road at a high rate of speed, turning north onto King Road. Headlights can be shining on trees to the west of the intersection of King Road and Taylor Avenue, indicating the vehicle turned west onto Taylor. 4:21, headlights are seen traveling on Walenta behind 1119 King Road. 5:26 a.m. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen traveling northbound on Johnson Avenue. Due to the speed of the vehicle and its distance from the camera, the vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is difficult to identify. However, this vehicle is seen driving northbound on Bishop, followed shortly by a semi-truck. Moments later, the white sedan is seen on the following cameras, still followed by the semi-truck. That camera... Okay, that's good.
It would be interesting if they were able to like talk with the people that run the semi trucks. So say it was like a business that required them to have cameras, you know, for like insurance purposes. If they actually like got like a license plate, if they had a camera on it, you know, that would be wild.
Northeast.
Sorry, this is me trying to manifest evidence.
528, 529. North on North. Okay, 529, 530. Northbound Northeast Stadium Way. Then 9:12 a.m. Seen traveling southbound on Highway 95, Moscow, Idaho, never to return again. Sightings in Clarkson, Washington. 12:34 p.m. Description of Kohberger enters the main entrance at Costco. The individual appears to approach the front door from the northeast portion of the parking lot. Wow, they got him now. Okay. 12:34, 57. Individual matching description of Kohberger appears to be denied entry into Costco.
What?
And leaves out the entrance and returns to the northeast section of the parking lot. Why would he be denied entrance to Costco unless he didn't have a card?
Yeah, like a member's card. But this says the gas hut. So was he trying to purchase gas there?
No, but the first one's Costco entry roll up.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that.
Wait. Yeah, no. And then 3 minutes later, not even, Costco gas hut is seen traveling westbound through the Costco parking lot. So he left. Why would he be turned away from Costco?
I think a membership.
What would make him randomly go to okay?
So where did he go after that?
Vandal alert didn't go off yet. Didn't go almost didn't go off yet though.
I thought he went. Where did he go? The Albertsons. Did he go there afterwards?
No, that's why I'm looking. 12:42. That vehicle matching description traveling westbound on Pork Drive, north into the Kate's Cup of Joe drive-through lane. Okay. 12:42. Makes a U-turn into the U.S. Chef Store parking lot and slowly moves south through the lot. 12:43. Park.
So that Chef Store is like a Walmart kind of, right?
I don't know.
I think it was like a supply, like a grocery store kind of.
So he's just driving through the parking lot again until it leaves the frame and then drives away. 12:46. Traveling east through the Albertsons parking lot, eventually parking in the upper left corner of the screen behind a pickup truck. 12:48 a.m. An individual matching the description of Kohberger walks from the area where the above-mentioned vehicle parked towards the east entrance to Albertson. 12:49. Seen entering Albertson via the east entrance and exit. 12:56 is seen checking out at the self-checkout. Excellent.
Yes.
12:58 exiting Albertsons. Returns to the area where the vehicle parked. 1:04. A vehicle matching the description drives south towards the parking lot to Bridge Street. Through the course of this video review, clips showing vehicles matching the description of vehicle 1 were seen on WSU surveillance cameras located at the Stadium Way, and they were collected from the live camera system by S.A. Hill. They were turned over. The review of WSU camera systems were conducted using a live view system. Due to the functionality of the system, only small clips were able to be extracted and maintained. So they reviewed WSU cameras between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 13th and collected clips which showed vehicles matching the description of vehicle 1. These sightings are noted above. No other sightings of vehicles matching the description were observed.
That's good to know. It shows Google Maps.
Yeah, his path of travel. Okay.
Oh, interesting. What page are you on right now?
44.
44.
Okay, it's showing the time different. Okay. From 1112 to 1311 South Main Street. 1112 to 1125 Ridge Road, 2 minutes, 0.4 miles, showing where he was captured and the times and the importance. To Linda Lane. To Linda Lane. To Paradise Drive. He was just circling.
This is interesting.
Okay. Ethan, Maddie, Xana, Kaylee. Items submitted, MP4, balcony video depicting questioned vehicle, received 11/21/22.
This is what the FBI reviewed? Okay.
Then they received this after the murders. So MP4 videos and 2 WM videos depicting questioned vehicle received electronically. Questioned vehicle received electronically. Multiple images and videos depicting questioned vehicle. Okay. The forensic audio, video, and image analysis program was requested to determine the make, model, and year of the questioned vehicle depicted in the submitted media. The submitted videos and images were electronically processed to identify the question's vehicle, make, model, and year. 7 vehicle make, model charts were produced. See the opinion section. So the date of the examination, November 19th through March 21st, 2023. 6 copies were made. So were reviewed to determine the questioned vehicle's make, model, year. Due to insufficient image detail and obscured views produced by the blooming of the vehicle's headlights, the make, model, and year could not be determined. The submitted videos on November 23rd, 2022 were reviewed to determine the question's vehicle, make, model, year. They share characteristics with a 5th generation Hyundai Elantra. Similar class characteristics include, but are not limited to, the overall body shape, window figure. Okay. On November 26th, after reviewing expanded known information, include the rear bumper reflector and the shape of the front fog headlights. Hyundai Elantra, the question's vehicle. Okay, so this was the original expanded to 2011 to 2016. The video received on December 7th was reviewed to determine the questions, and due to insufficient image detail. Okay, so these were the individual videos and when they were able to determine from them. Okay.
I think they have pictures at the bottom. That was it. Well, hey, people had questions how they got to this point. They're showing it now. Oh, you can see it has no license plate.
Yep.
Wow. Well, if license plates are required in Idaho and Washington, then what are the odds another Hyundai Elantra without a front license plate would be on the road during that time in that area?
Okay. Side view. Okay. Okay, those back windows are tinier. Got it. Wow. Sorry, I'm It's just so... Liz, all of the places we had just read, well, we started with before and then after. Here, let me just...
Because like Brian's claiming he was at Lowry Park, which is which is in Washington on the other side of Holden. So why would he be in Moscow in opposite direction on Ridge Road at that time?
Here's what Anne is trying to do, guys. So you see all of these markings right here. He's caught, well, suspect vehicle 1 is caught what do you mean, Ava? At 11:12 on that camera, 3:30 a.m., 3:33 a.m., 3:38 a.m., 3:40 a.m., 3:56 a.m., 3:58 a.m., 4:04. Then at 13:30 Linda Lane, 3:30 a.m., 3:39, 3:56, 4:05, 4:07. Linda Lane, 3:29 a.m., Ridge Road, 3:29, 4:01, Paradise Drive, 3:35, 3:48, and then Sunset Mart, 3:28. It's the Ridge Road that gets clear shot of his car. The rest are in motion and blurry. They all fit the characteristics, but here's what Anne is doing. I'm not going to argue that that's his car on Ridge Road, but that's not his car at any of the other sightings, and you can't prove that. So still, you'd have to incorporate him being there at that time and not why. I'm really...
In Anne's motion, she wrote before this, it said, Mr. Kohberger seeks an order prohibiting the state linking vehicle identification of the make and model of the vehicle in the 1112 King Road video based on identification of the car at 1125 Ridge Road and referring to the vehicles as suspect vehicle 1.
Yes. So this right here, all of these, you cannot link that to these. And what they're trying to show and why it's very important, guys, is they're showing this is like his loop, okay? He is seen passing multiple times because for over 30 minutes, he kind of cruised the area. Now, what he was doing in one big circle, like with little movements here, there, but essentially this one big circle. We don't know what he was waiting for, if he was kind of hyping himself up, if he happened to know there was a DoorDash delivery. I don't know. We don't know. Point is that he's seen hitting all those cameras. Why it's important that they mapped out the times is because when they see now this vehicle also taking off, damn, I'm going to have to fucking jump past all these. When they see him taking off at a high rate of speed after the murders, it's also going to be crucial to say, okay, you're going to say that that's not his car. Yet it takes, and I'm trying to find it, man, 2 minutes to get from 1122 to this, where he was hit on this camera. And then from this camera to the next camera, it takes 3 minutes. And then from that camera to the next, right? So you're saying, hey, you can't tie them all together, but perfectly when we would anticipate to see him hitting these cameras, if it's that same vehicle that we can confirm here, it perfectly times out,
Right. And again, it said at 4:01 a.m., a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 turns from eastbound Lauder Avenue onto southbound Ridge Road. So they're watching the direction of this. They're mapping it out. 4:04 a.m., the headlights are seen traveling north on Willenta Drive behind 1119 King Road.
Right here, yeah.
4:04, a vehicle matching that description, vehicle 1, travels south on King Road and turns east onto Queen Road.
Right here. Yep. And this is our crime scene right here. It's gonna be, Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, King Scarlet. It's gotta be literally the only car out there at the time, except DoorDash. And when I say that, I'm not implying anything wrong with DoorDash versus bringing me back into the argument of, did he see the DoorDash driver? And I struggle to think that they didn't at least pass ways. And it's very questionable that he made entry right after the DoorDash got there.
What is the official time of the DoorDash? I know it was approximate 4
Around
a.m.
4 a.m. We never got an exact time.
Yeah, I didn't know if
But
it was in one of the orders. I can't
no,
recall.
not that I've seen, but I do know the legal terminology for approximately is within a 15-minute window.
Yeah, you're right. I am interested in that, like, because that's always been the question, for me was, how would he know, or did it just happen to work out this way?
It's so weird to me if he's driving around for over 30 minutes and it's going to be pitch dark. I would anticipate he would see another car headlights, especially if it stopped to drop off an order.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it happened to fucking the one of those times he is right around the block in the like little segments he's driving, he happened to miss it. But it feels like, did a light shut off? Was he kind of scoping and maybe the back kitchen light was on, or something like that? I don't know what the DoorDash delivery instructions were. And then all of a sudden he made a pass and the light was off. Now we know it's because DoorDash was finally received and maybe the main light went off, something like that. And that's his moment. But I'm like, you still didn't even wait a beat. It should have told you someone is at least awake and up. I don't know.
My mind's blown. They did a hell of a job of mapping it out.
Yeah.
That's a lot of hard work. Could you imagine going through that much video evidence and stuff? Like, ugh.
Wow. And guys, we have so many more to go through still, but wow. But honestly, the one thing I'm mind blown by is the K-bar, because I didn't know if they had any of that or not. But everything else, that's kind of what I anticipated. I don't know why people thought just because we didn't have the information. How many times did we say that PCA is just a basic outline? It was being built before they even had Kohberger. There's so much more, and people didn't want to believe it. And now look at this and this is just the little bits that are coming out through the motions in limine, back and forth responses. I think that the biggest concern I had was a corner being cut to try to get the guy, because it was a lot of pressure. You had 4 beautifully young college students horrifically murdered in a very brutal way. And the families and the community and everyone wanting those answers, and FBI, going through the back door, IGG, maybe they did. But again, even if they did, that's just a policy violation. It's not even against the law. Yeah, please also understand that it's you violated their policies, and that's their issue to take up with you if that happened. But they're not even presenting that. They're not submitting that against Kohberger. So it really is a moot point.
Or the person's DNA that turned it into that facility, they could raise,
right, if they feel like their privacy was violated. Right. But Judge Hippler did a great job of explaining, one, you are not entitled to privacy for DNA you left behind at the crime scene. But 2, it's not even your client's DNA submitted into this genetic genealogy database, then it's not your privacy to be violated, because then I could have my great aunt cousin submitted their DNA into, let's say, Ancestry Do I have rights over that? No, it's a public database, and I don't have rights over to all of my family, no matter how far out there in the tree, their DNA. So you can't sit there and say, well, hey, my client, his rights were violated because you went in even through a backdoor method, let's just say, because it's not his DNA submitted, but you're also not wanting to accept that it's like or admit that it's his DNA on the sheath at this time. But you're not entitled to rights over DNA left at a crime scene. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole thing about like the the rights over the DNA at the crime scene was
Yeah.
like, I'm like, really? Are we going there? Have we like lost all argument here?
What I'm seeing, Shay, and this is what we've been saying from the beginning, and no hate to Anne. I think Anne is doing her job.
Mm-hmm.
But it's smoke and mirrors, guys. And she was having a very great advantage with the gag order. And she was able to word things, and things were being stated in a way where people wanted a conspiracy, and a conspiracy is what they got. But now that you're pulling back that curtain, you're realizing the Wizard of Oz ain't that fucking special, and it's just a man with a bunch of machines and holograms, turning smoke and mirrors. That's what I'm feeling like it's like right now. And hey, when you pull back that curtain, everything is really pointing to Bryan right now.
Right. It's
definitely
been mind-blowing today.
It has been. And Harley, I won't say that that's not a possibility. We speculated that very early on because it is a very tight time frame. And to think he was driving around for over 30 minutes kind of eyeing that house, and the moment DoorDash was, Xana received the DoorDash order, we were always hung up on that word received,
Right.
like friends summoned. What does that mean? Does that mean she ordered? Does that mean it successfully got into her hands? Like, what does that mean? Or could it have been placed? That's a great question. I don't know. We speculated a lot if he could have submitted that. And yes, you can send people DoorDash orders. And yes, you can do it without any identifying information. If you went through the lengths of being done correctly, you can buy a DoorDash gift card, have it not linked to you. You can technically get a burner phone. Now, whether or not like they're able to triangulate and figure out where you were when you did it, yeah, I'm sure they can. They have great cast shit, but is it possible to send someone else a DoorDash order 100%?
Yeah, that was something I was wondering, but I don't know. Like, why would you want to get yourself so close to that? That's just the other thing that bothers me. Not to say he can't make mistakes. I mean, we're criminals, if, allegedly him, right now. I guess that's just kind of like one of those, I would think, amateur things to do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And
why would you
no,
want to tie
Jamie.
yourself to something like that?
Right. And no, Jamie, because the DoorDash order arrived most likely before he made entry into the house. Well, yes, 100% before he made entry into the house. And it would have had to have been placed about 2:45 would have been the cutoff for it to arrive around 4 a.m. I'm honestly, like, I'm overwhelmed. I've been overwhelmed with all of everything coming out, but I'm already nervous to kind of go out there on those streets and see what people are going to argue with this.
Right.
It's because it's stressing me out. It's no longer a healthy, productive debate, which I love. It's people aren't willing, like they have their minds made up. Yeah. But I'm going to go where the evidence leads, and the evidence so far, that K-bar, woo! And for it to narrow down that search, that I'm really thinking someone told them. And I'm thinking it was family.
That'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I've kind of wondered if any of his family members may be witnesses,
Yeah, and it didn't say witnesses. It said plural. And I'm thinking maybe after he was arrested and charged, I don't know what he shared with them. I don't know. But I think they may have done a little dig on their own for their own peace of mind. And they may have found, because that is a very specific warrant with specific dates that they happen to nail before and after. Before and after. But I don't know. We'll do part 2. I'm going to be taking the weekend off. I'll be live tomorrow, but when I come back, maybe like Sunday night or something, we could do the rest of this because I'm excited.
I know, me too.
And there's a lot. 5 hours, and we didn't even get halfway through that.
Well, thank you for having me. I am going to just go be mind blown for the rest of the night.
I know, me too. And I'm going to go see what's going on, see what's being stated, and I'm sure we'll talk about
it. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to the mods. You guys are amazing. And we will talk to you all soon. Have a wonderful night.